So, it's been a couple of days since we haven't been messaging each other. How's my techno nerd of a boyfriend doing today? Are you in the mood to do something fun? I know everything feels really heavy at the moment, but you can't be down in the dumps all the time. Come on, let's just go do something spontaneous. Let's go wild. I know you have the money for it. Let's just go travel somewhere far away. Do some bungee jumping or something. Even you must admit you want a little bit of exhilaration.
Hey, Haley. Look, I know you're saying this because you care about me, but I think it's best if you just leave me alone. I know it might seem strange to other people, but me sitting on this computer working is the best way for me to cope with the situation.
Oh, come on. Really? Is that honestly the attitude you're going to have? I know you don't want to, but you have to admit that going outside once in a while is going to be good for your health. Get a little bit of that sunshine. Get a little bit of vitamin D.
No can do. Look, I'm gonna sit here and do what I have to do. Here's the thing. You have your way of coping with this type of situation, and I have mine. I know for you, you want to just blow everything away. Just forget anything's going on and just enjoy yourself. I'm kind of different. I just want to get down and dirty. I know it might seem weird on the outside of just working, eating a limited diet, and just going to the gym. People would see this as really inhuman. Only a robot would do this type of thing. They would say it's not healthy for you and you should cope with it in a different way. But this is the way I like to do it. It's the way I've done it for ages, and I'm not going to change now.
Okay, but come on. Just think about it. This isn't all about you, you know. What about me? What about the way I feel? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to message me? Do you know how long I just want to have a little date together? I've got, nothing to do.
I'm sure that's not the case. There's plenty of ways you can entertain yourself. Why don't you go watch a movie or something?
Are you kidding me? You're actually telling me to go watch a movie by myself? That is just so sad. I'm not going to go do something like that.
All right, well, you got friends, don't you? Just ask them. I'm pretty sure there's tons of good movies coming out recently. Admittedly, there's a lot that I want to watch as well, but given the circumstance, I'm not really in a position to do so. You should go anyway.
Yeah, right. Do you really expect me to just call my friends and say, "Hey, my boyfriend is neglecting me. Can you guys come to a movie with me instead?" They're totally going to question me and everything. They're going to think there's something wrong with our relationship. Is that really what you want, Jack? Do you want people to be worried about me and try to steer me in the direction of breaking up with you?
Of course I don't.
Okay, well, come on. Just give me the attention I need. It's been 3 days since we've actually hung out. I want to do something.
Okay, look, I understand that and everything. I know that you want to be with me. I really appreciate it as well. At the same time, don't you think this is a little bit unfair?
Of course I think it's unfair. That's what I'm saying this whole time, isn't it? You get to spend all your time working and hanging out in the gym. What about the time towards me? Just be honest with me. What are you really doing in that gym? There's a couple of cute girls in there, isn't there?
Hold on. What are you going on about now?
Wow. Would you look at that? You're trying to act so oblivious to it. The real reason that you go to the gym is that you want to talk to the cuties there. I know it.
That's just ridiculous. That's not the reason at all. I'm going in there to let off some steam. It's the way that I deal with stress.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I don't need to hear about the way you deal with stress. I've got a pretty good image of what's going on in there in the first place. You keep talking about working out being the best way for you to vent. But let's be honest, it's watching those girls on the squat rack.
That's such a stupid thing to say. That's not the case at all.
Don't try and lie to me, Jack. What other reason is there for you to spend 2 hours in there? Is it really that fun just doing a bicep curl all the time? You lift up and then you put it down. You lift it again and then you put it down. That's so repetitive. Even me just talking about it is making me fall asleep.
Like I said before, regardless of what you think about it, it's what I enjoy doing. Plus, why would you be complaining about it when you're the one that was saying that you were happy that I was creating a good body? You got mad at me for having bad posture and a dad bod, and now I'm actually doing something about it. Are you seriously going to get up me for something like that? Come on, it's not that bad. Let me do what I gotta do.
I know, but you won't even let me come to the gym with you. That's just like so mean. I like to do that stuff too. I like to work out.
Look, this is just one of those things where I want alone time. I want to be with my own thoughts.
You can do that. I'll be like so totally quiet. You can do your thing. I won't bother you. I just want to be with you.
You say that now, but what happens when we actually go there? You start clinging on me like a child would to its mother. You treat it like it's your big happy day to just have fun like it's a playground. That's not why I go in there. You also make a bad image of us.
Hey, come on. I'm not like that. I can be totally mature when I want to. Besides, you know how much I want that Kim Kardashian booty. I'm working hard towards that.
Well, look, I'll just say this now. You definitely are getting size in that region, but not in the good way.
What the hell? What is that supposed to mean?
It means you need to decrease the number of Krispy Kreme boxes you eat a week by about 20 boxes. Replace it with 20 crunches.
Oh my god. You did not just say that. I so totally don't eat that many Krispy Kreme boxes.
Look, you try to hide it, but I find the evidence. You're not the only person that takes out the trash.
Oh my god. Crap. I need to get better at that type of thing. Well, I mean, come on. I'm so lonely all the time. Even you must understand why I would be eating a couple of donuts here and there.
Look, whatever you choose to do is not up to me. This is a very rare time in my life. I'm not used to dealing with something like this. If you love me and strive to be the good partner that you say you want to be, then you'll just give me the space that I need.
My god, you're just so mean. You're actually getting angry with me right now. Like, all I want to do is be a proper couple and actually, see each other. Is it that hard to go out for a little bit of coffee in the morning? Or maybe some smoochie in a hotel? Come on! Do you know how much I miss a good old smoochie? I'm just dying to press myself against those big juicy lips of yours. Do you still lather them in Vaseline at night? I know everyone has their preferences, but I'm just warning you, I don't like crunchy lips.
I'm doing everything that I usually do to take care of myself. I get where you're coming from. I honestly do. I understand that you want to do a lot of things together, but now is not the time. I promise you that when all this stuff dies down, we'll do all the things that we used to do. At the moment, I'm just not in the mood for it.
Oh, come on. This is just so lame. All of this over a little bit of a cancer diagnosis.
What did you just say?
I mean, look, I know you're all sensitive about it and everything, but come on. It's not like it's definite, you know? You act like he's gonna die today or something. You need to, go with the flow and everything. You can't be sitting in that deep, dark place all the time like you're Batman.
What the hell are you talking about right now? This is my dad. Do you know how much this man means to me? I've respected this person my whole life. He's a big part of the reason I'm the man I am now. If you love me and you want to continue this relationship, you're going to have to understand that.
Oh my god, this is just so unfair. It's like you love your dad more than me. What am I going to hear next? That you pleasure yourself to the thoughts of Channing Tatum or something?
What are you going on about right now?
Well, that's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like you like dudes more than chicks.
That's not the case at all. Just because I care about my father and I'm worried about him doesn't mean I'm playing for the other side of the field.
Okay, but you have to admit it's a little bit creepy, don't you think? I mean, you're constantly talking about your dad. You're going to the gym. You're checking yourself out in the mirror. It kind of sounds like you like dudes.
Haley, you and I have been in a relationship for 2 years now. You know that's not what I'm into.
Yeah, I don't know about that, to be honest. I still have my suspicions about it. I've had a look at the girls that you're searching up behind my back.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, don't think I haven't noticed. I've looked at the search history. I've seen all the nasty little things you like to look up. I mean, Miley Cyrus, Really? I still think she's a little bit icky back in her younger days, but the fact that you're searching for pics of her now is just so funny. I mean, she's basically a dyke.
Wait, what are you talking about right now? You act as if I've been actively searching for her or something. A news article popped up showing what she's been doing recently, and I read it. That's all. Doesn't mean that I'm constantly looking at pictures of her or something.
Yeah, whatever, buddy. Keep trying to hide it. It's all good. I understand how you guys are. You're embarrassed by this, but I'm not going to care about it so much. I've dated you for 2 years now. I should have expected something like this to pop up at some point.
I don't even know what to say to any of this. You know what? I'm just going to ignore this conversation and get back to work.
Are you kidding me? You're still going to work even after everything we've talked about so far? Have you not listened to anything that I've said?
What is it? What do you need now?
I need your attention.
But I've been giving you my attention. We've been talking so far, haven't we?
Yeah, but it's not bad, but I want quality attention, you know? Come snuggle into bed with me. Give me a massage. Tell me I'm pretty. That's what I want.
How could you be so demanding in this type of situation? I'm trying to work here, Haley. You know what? Do you remember when that little cat of yours was sick?
Oh, you're talking about Mittens. Isn't she just the cutest?
Yeah, she's very cute. Well, I remember at that point in time, the doctor said that she had a very minor illness. It wouldn't progress into anything super severe. Despite all of that, you wanted to make a huge drama about it. I couldn't talk to you at any point. I remember I came home at one point and I said hello to you and you told me to shut the hell up. All I did was greet you.
Don't you know that she's very sensitive to noise? You could have killed her or something! I had her in such a state of tranquility. I didn't want you interrupting it.
Okay, so when I come home from shopping, I'm not allowed to say hello to my girlfriend? It's a little bit unfair, don't you think? Not only that, but this is over a cat that isn't even going to be passing away or anything. It was a minor illness. Nothing was going to happen.
Okay. Well, maybe it's not a big deal to you, but it is to me. She's just my cutest little ball of fur. Did you know I picked her off the street myself?
Yes, I do. I remember you telling me how you heard something crying behind a rubbish bin and you decided to take it home. I still don't understand what you thought was so cute about it being covered in dirt and banana peels.
Well, hey, look. If you were there, you would have been able to see her for yourself. She just had the cutest little eyes peering out from underneath that rubbish bin. I couldn't help but just absolutely squeeze the hell out of her when I saw her.
Did you at least take a shower afterward?
Huh? Why would I take a shower? That's so weird. You really are weird, aren't you?
Okay, well, let's get back on track here. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because you felt very sensitive about your cat even when she only had a minor illness. I'm feeling very sensitive about my dad, and he has a major illness. Do you think you can give me the space I need to cope with this situation?
My God, this is just so selfish. You just don't care about me at all, do you?
That's not true. I'm just in a very rough spot at the moment. I want you to understand that.
Okay, fine. Go have a cry about your dad then. I'll just sit here staring at the ceiling all day. That's what you want me to do, right? That's the type of girlfriend you want me to be. One that doesn't annoy you and just does nothing.
Don't you have any goals or something? Why don't you do something that works towards those goals? Go for a run. Do some stretching. Read a book or something.
Oh my God! Why? Why would I do something that all the losers do? People do that because they're not fit or they're just too stupid. I'm neither of those. I'm super smart and popular. It's the best combination. I'm already in the most perfect condition ever. I don't need to improve in any way whatsoever.
All right, well, you keep telling yourself that. Keep staring at that ceiling and hopefully it can get fun for you at some point. I'm gonna get back to work.
Okay, fine. Be that way. But you know what? If you get bored or something, just know that I'm always here. You can always come over. I'll have everything you want. Movies, food, everything. We'll have a really good day. Whatever stress you have over working will fly away in an instant. You just gotta trust me. Bye, babe. Love you.
Hey, Jack, son. Thank you for coming in today. It's really good to see you recently. You've gotten so big. Every time you come in, I see a different person. What's with those broad shoulders of yours? Are you expecting to throw a boulder at someone? I swear if you get any bigger, it's gonna look like you have 3 heads on one body. You better lay off the gym a bit more. You don't want to get too big after all. Thanks for caring, Dad. Don't worry, I'll get to the image of the type of body that I want to create and then I'll stop. Unfortunately, I'm not at the place where I want to be. But I'm going to get there at some point. You're such a hard worker, aren't you? That sweet little girl must be so happy with you. What was her name again? Haley. That's right, Haley. That little girl is 1 in a million. I know you must be getting annoyed with her clinging behavior and whatnot, but I'm telling you, those are the best ones. If you train her right, she'll be a good woman to you. Do you really think so, Dad? Lately, I've been worrying that maybe this isn't going to work out between her and I. Maybe her priorities are in one place and mine are in a different place. Oh, come on. What a load of crap. Are you serious? This is all because she wants your attention a little bit too much, isn't it? You just have to accept that's who she is. Trust me, you're only 2 years into your relationship. Do you remember how long I had been engaged with your mother? Her and I were married over 20 years. Do you think I went 20 years admiring her? That there wasn't a time where I eventually got annoyed with her? I'm telling you, there were days where that woman made me want to go back into the garage, pull out the hammer, and just start smacking my head with it. She was really good at those mind games. Yeah, well, I'm not going to lie. Mom really was a crafty lady. Yeah, she was very good at the manipulation game. But you know what? She was a good woman. She knew how to control her man. She always put me in my place, made sure I had my mind on the right thing. I'm telling you right now, it wasn't easy inheriting a company from your grandfather. That's a very heavy burden one has to carry. It's a shame that I didn't pass that on to you. But at the end of it, I'm happy with your decision. You're still earning quite a lot of money in the IT industry, aren't you? I'll have to figure out something else to do with the company. It's going to be absolute disarray when I pass away. Look, I don't want to hear that type of talk. Don't say things like, when you pass away, and act like this is all set in stone. You're gonna fight through this, Dad. That's the type of person you are. No matter how tough things get, you will find a way to pull through it. This is just another obstacle in your life. It's no different from what you've had to deal with in the past. I don't want you to feel like you've already lost to this cancer, you hear me? Well, look at that. The master teaches the student, and now the student has become the master. You're the one teaching me now. Look, that's not what I meant. I don't mean to be impudent or anything, but honestly, when you say stuff like that, I don't think it's healthy. You may have a point. I mean, let's take a look at you. You're no longer a little boy anymore, are you? You're your own man. You understand the way these things work. You know what? You might just have more wisdom than me. Maybe I should have a more optimistic view of how I'm battling this illness. Exactly. You haven't lost the battle yet. I still believe in you. Besides, let's take a look at what's happening soon. You're gonna get discharged from the hospital and I'm gonna come over and look after you. I'm pretty sure that getting your treatment in an environment that you're used to and comfortable in is gonna be way better than sitting in that hospital bed. Eating the gruel that they serve you every day isn't helping you get better. Well, you're not wrong about that. Eating the mashed potatoes here really makes me hate mashed potatoes. I mean, there's something about the way your mother made them. She just knew how to make it pretty much perfect. I don't know why no one else can mimic that. Anyway, it would be good to get home. Then again, I'm pretty worried about things. You say that you want to come stay at my house and take care of me. Are you sure that's the decision that you should be making? Why wouldn't it be? You're in need of help, but I'm gonna be there for you. I know, but think about your life, Jack. I'm not the only thing that's important anymore. You have a woman with you. How do you think that she is gonna feel if she didn't have any time to spend with you? Well, unfortunately, she's just gonna have to accept it. I mean, this is my family that we're talking about. She should support me when my family is in need. If she doesn't do that, why should I bother continuing a relationship with her? Come on, don't have such a harsh view on her. She's only a little girl. What are you talking about, Dad? She's a grown woman. She's the same age as me. Yep, and she's still just a little girl. Her mind, that is. Trust me, I looked at your mother as a little girl for half of our marriage. It wasn't until we were well into our old age that I think she decided to grow up a little bit. But it's a really good thing. You want her to have that type of mentality for a long time. Do you love that girl that you have? I do, to be honest, even with all of her faults considered. She's positive, she knows how to have fun, and she's kind of the opposite of me. I can be very serious and bland a lot of the time. There hasn't been one time where I've seen her serious or bland. It's always spontaneous and exciting. She always strives to have a happy moment with each other. She's always the one pulling out the camera. She brings out the best in me. Well, it really does sound like you're in love. You got a lucky catch here. You're still a young man. I'm pretty sure you want to try catching different fish, but I'm telling you, you won't get a girl this devoted to you. It's very, very rare. I know, Dad, I know. You keep telling me over and over. I'm not sure when it's going to stop, to be honest. Well, it's going to stop when it gets through to your thick skull. If you actually realized and appreciated the amazing woman that you have, then you'd be treating her a little better. You wouldn't be hanging out in a hospital with an old man. Go do something that the young couples like to do. Put on some sunscreen and go for a walk on the beach. Maybe take her out for a nice dinner. Tell her to pretty herself up. Is all that so hard? It only takes about half an hour to an hour to do a day. I'm pretty sure she'll be more than grateful for it. I know. I understand what you're saying, whether you like to believe it or not. I've been giving her a lot more time lately, but she's really crafty. The more you give, the more she'll want. I promise her 30 minutes, and then it ends up being 35. She says that 30 minutes isn't enough, so I give her an hour. 1 hour turns into an hour and a half. She's slowly working her way to devouring every little second that I have. She likes to act all bubbly and innocent, but underneath all of that is a certain level of cunningness to her. So you're starting to see the truth, are you? It takes a while to figure it out. I bet you fell for that pretty little smile of hers at the start, huh? She must have been an angel that fell from heaven. At least in your mind. Well, you're not wrong about that one, Dad. That's exactly the way I felt. She just seemed so perfect in every way possible. All of this clinginess and extravagant behavior wasn't present when I first met her. What was that? You mentioned something about extravagance. Oh yeah, that's another thing about her. When I first started dating her, it was quite cordial. We didn't have any issues with going to a particular restaurant and paying the bill. There were days where she even wanted to pay for everything herself. Those were some really good days. We could go anywhere. We could go out and eat some burritos. We could get messy and slurp spaghetti, have it spit everywhere. I really like that type of enjoyment of going somewhere that isn't even expensive. Now it's all different. What is she doing now? Well, when we decide to go to any of the restaurants that we previously went to, she doesn't get excited for it. In fact, there are times where she's 100% against it. She considers it out of the question. She would rather just stay at home and cook than go eat at the burrito store that we used to frequent. I thought something was wrong with her. This was really bizarre behavior coming from her. So I decided to experiment with some other things. I'll take her to a different restaurant. I took her to many places, but eventually she only reacted to the ones that were fine dining, extremely expensive places. Oh wow, she sounds like a modern-day woman. Well, maybe she is, if that's what you want to call it. Her attitude totally changes when we're in those types of places. I mean, she'll spend time taking videos of the restaurant's atmosphere. She'll get some close-up pictures of the food. She'll get me to take some really fancy photos of her. It's like we're not even there to eat the food in the first place. We're there to capture the experience. Oh, I don't know what to say about that. You young kids and your gizmos. I'm not so sure why you guys spend so much time on them. I mean, don't you feel afraid about posting your photo online for people to see? Now everyone knows who you are. Well, I would argue that's exactly the reason why she wants to do it. She wants everyone to know who she is. She wants everyone to know that we're going to these places. Okay, well, you know what? That's not so bad. What's the big deal about it, Jack? She wants to have a fancy dinner every now and then. If that's the price to be with a good woman like that, then so be it. Why don't you just get used to it? No, Dad, you don't understand, though. It's like I was talking about with my time. The more I give her of it, the more she wants of it. The more money and extravagant experiences we have, the more she starts to demand it. I remember that just this year, she took my credit card and bought tickets for a holiday without my permission. She didn't even check if I had work or not. I'm really lucky that I had some sick leave that I could use. Otherwise, I would have gotten in trouble with my company. A woman with an insatiable amount of hunger. Despite that, she's incredibly attractive, a good person, great at parties, and a real socialite. The question is she worth the price? Are you willing to constantly feed into that hunger of hers? Well, it's like you say, she has a lot of really awesome qualities about herself. I've honestly never met anyone like her. To give her up would be a serious risk on my part. As for whether or not I have the capacity to keep feeding her, I'd say that in the meantime, we're doing quite well for ourselves. How it's going to go down the line is a different question. It all depends on how much she wants. Have you and her talked about any type of dreams that you guys have had? You know, I kind of worry about you, son. I think it's a really good idea you stay with her, but you gotta be able to pay for her. Does she even work herself? At the moment, she's working in a fashion store. She's just a sales representative. When a customer walks in, she recommends some good clothes. She's quite good at what she does, being a salesperson and whatnot. We have had a conversation about her dream, though. Well, this is a good sign. She's a woman with some sort of direction. So, what's this dream of hers? Well, she wants to own her own business. She wants to open up a cafe just down the road. I respect that it's her dream and everything, but I just don't think the logistics of it are that intact. How so? What makes you say that? Well, I will admit that she has some sort of level of interior design. I've been over to her house before. It does look quite neat and pleasurable to the eye. At the same time, I'm not really confident about her ability to cook and make coffee. I mean, she can barely do a good job of making me an instant coffee in the morning. She has this habit of putting just way too much sugar. It's unbearable. I can't drink it. Then she has the nerve to actually tell me that it's good for my body. It's gonna perk me up for the day. Proven by science, she says. What a funny girl. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're amused by it. Someone has to be, I guess. So that's the coffee that she makes. It's not that good, to be honest. The cooking isn't much better. I mean, she can cook a basic omelet with no issues. It's when she tries to do something fancy or a little bit quirky, something off the beaten track. That's when she starts putting stupid things in the omelet. Well, hey, an egg dish like that is pretty flexible, isn't it? You're allowed to customize it in whatever way you want. Yeah, I know. But even you have to admit that beating the egg and then pouring some chocolate mix into it isn't the best idea. I mean, these are just two different tastes that don't go well together. Hey, you don't know about that. It could be something wild. Good for a change. Okay, but is this something that is going to sell regularly to customers? I'm not so sure about that. The average person wouldn't eat this crap. Anyway, she has a dream of opening up that cafe, and I would like to give her a shot at it. I think that's a really good idea right there. If you think about it, the biggest issue you have with her is the amount of attention she craves from you. If you give her a job, something that she has to work towards, then maybe that attention is going to go away. She's going to focus on and prioritize that little cafe of hers. You're not wrong about that one, Dad. It also might teach her a lesson. She'll grow up a little faster. We'll have a pleasant relationship after that. Soon you'll be married. Ha! Good joke, Dad. Anyway, I better be going. I've got a lot of stuff to do. I want you to take it easy. I'll be back there next week. Hold on a second. Are you going to do your work on your laptop or something? Yeah, of course I am. Like I always do. Well, you would need your laptop to do that, wouldn't you? Don't you think you should come back here and pick it up? Oh, crap. Is that why you messaged me in the first place? I thought it was kind of strange that we met up and then now we're having a conversation here. Sorry about that, Dad. Well, look, don't say sorry to me. I'm the one that's getting a second round of person-to-person conversation. Who knows? Once you get back to this hospital room, I might be able to keep you here a little bit longer. Ah, well, we'll see about that. If it makes you feel any better, I could probably do a bit of work there right in front of you. No, don't let me distract you. You're a big, important man now with big, important things to do. Don't let me, in my old age, get in the way of you achieving your goals. Thanks, Dad. You've always been supportive of me. Anyway, I'm going to be back there in a moment. See you soon.
Oh my god, babe! Thank you! Thank you so much for taking me out today. You know what? Why am I thanking you? It should be you thanking me. I was right, wasn't I? It's good to have a little bit of fun every now and then, isn't it? I know you tried to hide it, but I could see you smiling every now and then. And these little boots you got me! Oh my god! They just look so good. Don't you just love having a fashionable gal like me wrapped around your arm? You know everyone in the shopping mall was staring at us, right? We're basically walking down the red carpet whenever you walk with me. That is, if you actually treat me properly. If I ask for an outfit, you have to buy it. You understand?
Well, I'm glad one of us was having a lot of fun today. I hope you really like that outfit. That's basically 1 week's worth of money gone, so make sure you make the most of it.
Of course, of course! You think I don't appreciate this type of thing? What you bought me was extremely expensive. I have to make the most of it. I'm not going to throw it out for a whole month. That's how much I value it.
Are you serious right now? What happens after a month?
Well, I'm going to have to get rid of it. It's out of fashion. It's not cool anymore. It's going to be all worn down and not usable. People aren't going to look at me as the same fashionable girl that you saw today.
Are you kidding me? So that's the rotation of your clothes? 1 month?
Well, actually, I usually keep it to about 2 weeks. I'm really pushing it with 1 month, though.
Come to think of it, whenever we've gone on dates, I've never really seen the same outfit twice.
Exactly! That's what you love best about me, right? I've always got a different way to present myself to you. You never get sick of me.
That is true. It's one of the things I look forward to the most. I always get curious about what type of outfit you've arranged for me today.
I've put a lot of effort to make you like me, Jack. I hope you realize that.
Don't worry, I do. I know you always try and work on your appearance and think of fun things for us to do together. I really do appreciate it. I was telling my dad that I feel like I'm a very unexciting person. I want to do fun things every now and then, but I don't even know what the definition of fun is. Thankfully, I've got someone like you to actually tag me along. You get me to do something that is actually exciting for once.
I know, right? I have to be honest. A girl like me has a lot of attention on her. I mean, do you know that whenever I try to line up for something, there's always a guy at the front of a line beckoning for me to go in front of him? I used to take advantage of that and actually cut the line. But then he would sit there talking to me for about half an hour. It was only his way of trying to pick me up. So yeah, I get a lot of attention from guys, and you should consider yourself lucky that I've chosen you.
I know. I'm fully aware of how lucky I am. I know there's other guys killing to be with a girl like you. I'm doing my best lately to show my appreciation to you. That's why I'm going on these dates.
Well, I'm really glad you're finally starting to think about me. But hey, let's be honest. You said that you're doing your best, but are you really doing your best? You could do a lot more, don't you think?
Well, I mean, considering all the things I have to do lately and the responsibilities I have, it may not seem like it, but I actually am doing my best.
I don't think you really appreciate me for who I am, Jack. You need to wisen up.
Wait, what was that? This is a sudden change of attitude.
Well, yeah, I rarely get like this, but there's something that's been on my chest and I just have to get it off.
Well, what's going on? I'm glad that you're going to talk to me about it now. I don't want you to keep it on the inside. Say what's on your mind.
Do you actually love me, Jack?
I'm sorry. What was that?
It's a simple question. You don't have to treat it so seriously. It's just a yes or no. Do you love me?
Of course I do. I tell you that every time we meet each other, right? Why wouldn't you believe me?
Well, here's the thing. I was thinking about it, and we've been dating for a long time now, right? It's been over 2 years. We know each other quite well. We enjoy each other's company, and we know how to put up with each other's quirks.
What do you mean by putting up with each other's quirks? Is there something that gets on your nerves?
Oh, wow. Are you serious right now? Do you really want me to get into that territory?
Well, yeah. I thought I was doing everything fine up until this point. I didn't know that there was something that was playing on your mind.
Okay, well, could you just, hold the fork properly when we go to eat in an Italian restaurant?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I mean, yeah, whenever we go out for dinner, we always go to these awesome fancy places, right? Don't you think the people are watching us when we're there? They see you holding the fork like you're 2 years old.
I don't know what you're talking about right now. I think I hold the fork just fine.
Yeah, look, if you had my dad at the dinner table, he would go absolutely mental at you.
Hold on a second. I don't even use the fork wrong. Stop acting like I'm a kid.
Well, the next time we go out for dinner, we're going to have it with my dad. You start sticking the fork wrong into the spaghetti, and he's going to start sticking the fork in different places. Where he sticks it exactly is up to your imagination.
Okay. Well, remind me to just avoid the Italian restaurants then.
But you know what? We're getting off track here. The point of the matter is that we've been dating for a long time now. I've based my whole life around trying to please you. You still haven't done me the proper courtesy and gotten down on one knee.
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
You know what I mean. You haven't presented me with a ring.
You're talking about a proposal, aren't you?
Oh my god. How can you be so smart but so dumb at the same time? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, a proposal. You haven't proposed to me. Why? Am I just some stupid girl for you to mess around with? Am I just some waste of time for you?
Hey, look, that's not the case at all.
Oh, really? Well, you don't really have a decent reason for why you've been making me wait this long, do you? I told you before, right? I'm a girl that gets a lot of attention. There's plenty of guys that would basically worship me. Come on. Have you seen how cute and charismatic I am? Guys suck that type of thing up like a girl sucks on her bubble tea.
Okay, I get that. I know that you're a hot item and everything, but does that mean that I have to just marry you straight away or something?
Of course not. But it's already been so long now. I don't know how long you're going to just keep me waiting. Are you serious with me or not?
Of course I'm serious.
Well, why haven't you done the proper thing and proposed to me yet? Don't you think I deserve it?
Of course I do. But it's not as simple as that.
Well, why isn't it simple? All you have to do is buy a ring and then crouch onto one knee. Is it that hard? I'll even accept if you don't have the courage to put it into words. I just want it to happen to me as a gesture.
You act like I haven't even been thinking about this. It's been on my mind all the time. It's just that... Let's take a look at the circumstances. There's a time and place for everything, right? I don't think right now is the right time.
Well, what is it then? Is it money? Come on. We both know you're doing your best to earn a lot of money, right? You're so frugal with it, too. You don't spend it on anything. Not only that, but take a look at your family. I mean, they own a successful construction company. Your grandmother is loaded. She's got all that money that your grandfather left over. You could borrow money from her if you really needed it. Why can't you get a beautiful ring for a beautiful girl?
I need you to understand that it's got nothing to do with the money. I just feel like it's a really disrespectful and bad move to just get married when my dad is in the state that he's in. I mean, did you actually think about that?
Well, of course I did. I considered how your father felt. And if I'm being honest, I think it would be a disrespect if you didn't get married. Think about it. Is he going to just die knowing that you're still a single man and you're not committed to anyone? I think he'd be much happier if you were married to someone and he had faith that you were going to continue that happy marriage.
Okay, fair enough. But what if it doesn't work out that way? What if we're halfway there to the marriage and then something happens to him? Let's say I get a call saying that he's going to sleep and he's not waking up again. How do you think that's going to make us feel? There's no way I'm going to be excited for the marriage.
Well, hey, isn't that the pessimistic attitude that you're always complaining about? You keep telling your dad to keep fighting his illness. Don't give into it. Don't accept losing as a reality. Here you are, just doing the same exact thing. I didn't know you were this much of a hypocrite, Jack.
You know what? You do have a point there. I am being quite negative about this. At the same time, I still don't think it's a good idea. I mean, what comes with marriage? Family, right? We're going to want children at some point. We're going to have to set up a house for ourselves. At the moment, we are working towards some things, and I'm just not in the state of mind to do that. All I can think about is looking after my dad, making sure he's able to overcome what he's fighting at the moment.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, why don't you just have him move in with us?
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's the easy solution, isn't it? He can just move in with us, and then you're free to take care of him whenever you want. You work at home, right?
I mean, I do, but is that really an option here? Is that what you want? You're really fine with just my dad hanging around at the house all day?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm going to pick his brain for all the little stories he has about you. I know there's something embarrassing about you as much as you like to hide it. I wonder what you were like as a kid. I've got a feeling you weren't this big, serious man on his laptop all the time. I bet you were a little brat that put bubble gum in people's hair.
Hey, what the hell? How do you know about that? Anyway, look, thank you for bringing this up. It does require a little bit of time. I should speak to my dad about it as well.
Oh my god. More thinking, more wasting time. Come on, admit it. You love me. At some point, you're going to start a family with me anyway. You're the new man of the family. You're the one that's meant to lead everyone. So just make the decision and lead. Marry me and have your dad move in. We'll work everything out from that point on.
Are you serious right now? Is this really what's going to happen? Is this actually the way that we're going to propose to each other?
Well, hey, I'm not some low-level good-for-nothing girl. I want you to do this thing properly. Give it a bit of time and just surprise me one day. Make it special. But you owe me for this one. I can't believe that I had to actually bring this up for you to have the thought of marriage pop into your head.
Right, you have a point. I'm really sorry. Well, I guess I've got to think of a good proposal, don't I?
Oh my god, have a little bit of confidence in it. I thought you would have had something prepared in advance, just in case you wanted to pop the question. Oh well, what am I expecting? You're a guy that sits on his laptop all day. There's no way you're going to give me a proposal that absolutely sweeps me off my feet.
Well, hey, don't doubt me just yet. I might just do something to surprise you. I've got a couple of little tricks in the bag. You'll see. So watch out, Haley. I'm coming for you. You and I are about to get married.
It's about time. Oh, wow. What a day. I'm just absolutely exhausted. I mean, I've never had to do so much talking in my whole life.
Was it really that bad? We spent most of the day on a date enjoying ourselves. The rest of the things that we had to do were only 2 hours.
I know. But that's 2 hours of meeting my dad, talking with real estate agents, and hearing blah, blah, blah all the time.
Okay, but all of this was necessary information, and it was going towards our dream, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. But do we really have to sit there and just listen to them talk about it all day? I'd rather just get on site and inspect the places for myself. Look at the size of them. See what the interior looks like. See what I can make out of it. All I've got are their stupid little pictures that are probably edited in the first place. We can't really tell if there are decent houses among them all just by looking at it.
Well, I'm not going to argue with that, but it's the best that we got right now. We're both strapped for time, so we've got to make a decision based on what we have. Anyway, so what was your impression of the choices? I really quite like House A. I think it has a nice, quaint neighborhood and a good place to raise children. The home isn't too shabby. With a little bit of work here and there, we should be able to spruce it up a little bit. Not only that, but the price is basically perfect. I mean, we do have to make a decent down payment, but it's nothing that we won't be able to manage. We should be able to pay off the loan quite quickly.
Yeah, well, I thought the place was super miserable. I mean, did you see the size of the patio they had? There's just no way I'm going to be able to put a stripper pole there. There is literally no room for it.
Hold on a second. What did you just say? Why are you talking about a stripper pole right now?
Huh? Why shouldn't I be? That's exactly what I'm going to be putting there.
But for what reason, though? Are you going to be bringing guys over and having them shower rain on you or something?
Oh my god, babe! Of course not! I'm about to get married to you! I'm not going to be doing anything stupid like that. That's for when the girls come over. You know how we are. We like to have a little bit of a dance. Do a bit of karaoke and just swing on the pole a little bit. Show off our skills.
What do you mean, your skills? Are you trying to say that you've actually had practice on this thing?
Oh my god. You have no idea what me and my girlfriends were like when we graduated from high school. We were so wild. Anyway, let's not talk about the little boring details. House A is just totally out of the question. It's just so boring. I don't want to live in a house that makes people think that there's some grandma in there. Let's live somewhere that's actually fantastic.
Okay, well, which house did you think was suitable for our needs?
I don't know about you, but I thought House D was absolutely amazing.
Okay, so House D. Which one was that again? You're gonna have to jog my memory here.
Oh my god. Babe, how could you forget it? It was the best out of all of them. It was designed by this European architect. It had a huge, spacious room, a super tall ceiling. It's even got a pool at the back. Can you believe it? Just imagine us swimming in our pool and just overlooking the city. How amazing and beautiful is that gonna look? That's the type of life that I want to live.
Wait, hold on a second. You're not actually talking about that one, are you? I remember the one with the pool. That one was just crazy expensive.
I know, but look at the perks of it. It's just perfect. That's the one we gotta go for. I don't even think we need to consider anything else, really. I mean, it's just so obvious that that's the house that we need to stay in.
Okay, but I don't know if you did the calculations or not, but considering the salary that I'm on and the one that you're on, it's gonna be really hard to pay that thing off. Not only that, but the down payment is insane.
Okay, but babe, like I was telling you the other day, right? I'm a girl with a lot of attention. Do you think it's only the little teenagers at McDonald's that have their eyes on me? Of course not. I've even got the big superstars. You have no idea who's in my inbox right now.
I'm hoping that you've actually blocked these people.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you seriously telling me that you would block Scarlett Johansson if she was sending you some exclusive pictures for you? That is just so cap. Don't try and hide it. I know you love me and everything, but a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. And Chris Evans sending you a personal photo of him biting his lip is also beautiful.
What the hell did you just say?
Okay, well, let's just move on. So, anyway, if there are these guys that can afford a place like this, then why am I just going to stick around with you? They're going to offer me something that's bigger and better. So, are you going to buy this place or not?
I don't think this is a really fair thing for you to say to me. You act as if the basis of our relationship resides on whether or not I can buy an expensive house like this.
Babe, you are just making it out that I'm just some horrible woman or something. Don't look at it that way. How about you look at it this way? All I'm doing is pushing you to strive for something a little bit higher. Something that you can manage, but you just need the encouragement to do it.
Okay. And so you're trying to say that you want me to buy this house for me. Not for you.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. With a bigger house that costs more, you're gonna have to work a lot harder. Try and get that salary up somehow. Trust me, I know what's going on here. It's all gonna work out.
All right. Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. I think we should just keep that house on the back burner for now. Something to think about a bit later.
Oh my god. You're not actually still worried about it, are you? Come on! It's not even that much of a big deal. Think about it in the long run. If you buy that shabby old little house of yours, then what's your life going to feel like? We're all going to be cramped up in this tiny little space. We're pretty much destined to start hating each other.
I know, but at least the neighborhood is nice enough. I mean, we're gonna have kids at some point, right? Don't you want them hanging around fellow kids that are super friendly and don't do anything bad?
Yeah, but wouldn't you want them to hang around with the son of Tony Stark? I know I would. Those guys would basically be neighbors. That's a pretty good situation if you ask me.
I don't know, honey. I still think we need to think a lot about this. I mean, the down payment alone is enough to just reject this house. We don't have the money for that.
Okay, you know what? I knew you would bring that up, and I was trying to do a little bit of thinking. There is someone where we can get money from, isn't there?
Okay. So I'm assuming your dad has some sort of side operation that he's got. He's got some money left over for us? If he does give us that money, we'll have to pay him back. I feel really intrusive having to ask him for something like this.
Oh my god! No! I'm just so not asking my dad for money. I mean, he's got better things to spend it on, right?
Does he really? I mean, he didn't seem like the most turned-on guy when we were talking to him today.
Trust me, he's got a lot on his mind. I really do feel sorry for him. But you know what? There is someone that's not in a horrible position like my dad. There's someone that's actually really doing well at the moment. Care to guess who that is?
Well, I'm not sure. Unless you're friends with Bill Gates, I don't know how we're going to pay for this thing.
Oh my god. Babe, it's so obvious. What about your grandma? What's she doing for that money?
My grandma? You're not actually thinking of taking money from her, are you?
Well, I mean, come on. Just take a look at her situation. She lives alone in that big house of hers. She spends her money on nothing. It just sits in her bank account, creating interest. Don't you think that's such a waste? Don't you think it's a little bit selfish of her to not give back to her family and just hogging it all for herself?
I don't, actually, to be honest. I think she fully deserves that money. She was the one that supported our family. She was the one that supported my grandfather and helped to make the company that my dad has now. Everyone's got a lot of respect for her. She's not only a really good woman that supports everyone, but is also very kind to everyone. She has no prejudice. She only sees the good in people. There aren't a lot of people like her in the world, and I really respect her. I'd feel really bad if I took that money away from her.
Why would you, though? It's not like she worked for it or anything. I mean, sure, she did a couple of dishes and cleaned the house for your grandfather. But is that really such a big deal?
Well, I wouldn't be sure about that. She was the support for him in every possible way, mentally and physically. They didn't have a really good life when they were trying to start up that business. It was really tough for them. They had many years of just struggling, barely pulling through. In my eyes, that money is payment for Grandma's many years of torture.
Okay, look, I hear where you're coming from and everything, but I still think it's not too intrusive to ask for that money. I mean, she loves you, right? She loves her family. Why would she even say no to you? This is you in a time of need. You need money. You need some way to pay for this house, whatever way you're going to do it. Are you going to turn to crime?
Of course not. You and I both know that's not the type of guy I am.
Exactly. So we gotta get this money somehow, and I gotta be honest, this is looking like the only way. So what do you think? How about I cook something nice for your grandma? You know how good I am at cooking, right? I'll cook up some delicious dish or wine and we can send it to her. You can deliver it there, and then while she's there eating my scrumptious little meal, she'll be more inclined to give you money.
All right, look, it sounds like a good idea. I'll go visit her at some point. Let's just cut out the cooking part, though. You don't need to go that far.
Aw, come on, why not? All it's gonna do is improve our chances of her giving us money. We should totally cook her something. Oh, I know, I've got the best idea ever. Let's cook her that red pepper pie that I used to make back a couple of years ago. Do you remember the taste of that thing?
Well, let me be honest. If I actually forgot about it, it would be a miracle.
I know, right? I mean, who could make a pie with such a great fusion of flavors? Only me, I'll tell you that much. We'll make her that thing, and she's bound to fall in love with it. After that, she'd be open to any idea. You could tell her to jump off a bridge, and I'm pretty sure she would do it.
Look, I really love the enthusiasm and everything, and I think the idea of gifting her something is a good idea. But let's just give up this proposition to her. I'm pretty sure we don't need to do all this extraneous stuff to get her to lend out some money.
Oh my god, fine, but let me just be clear on one thing. If she does decline us, we both know whose fault this is, right? You're the one that didn't want to give her a nice little gift in advance.
Well, I guess most of the things are sorted now. I'll talk to my grandma about getting a loan. If she doesn't give it to us, then we'll just settle for the cheaper house. Anyway, thanks for the good day together. I look forward to the start of our new lives. I'm going to get back to work. If we're going to be able to pay off that house, we've got to have the funds for it.
Oh my god, baby! Are you serious right now? You just going to end it off like that? Come on! You're forgetting something super important right now.
I'm forgetting about something? What exactly am I forgetting?
Oh my god. Stop! This is actually so hurtful. You finally met my dad today and you don't have anything to say about it?
Oh, right, your dad. How could I forget about that? Yeah, look, it was a really pleasant experience. I was glad I could meet him.
Is that honestly all you have to say? Come on, I want to hear your real thoughts about what happened today. You guys barely talked. You really should have pushed the conversation a lot more.
Hold on a second. Was what happened today my fault? I don't know if you noticed, but I was the one pushing the conversation.
Okay, well, if you really were doing a good job at it, my dad would be talking to you, wouldn't he? I felt like I was just monologuing for that whole experience. I don't know what's up with you guys. Is this a boy thing or something? You guys just, don't talk to each other.
I mean, that's not it at all. I was trying to get to know him. I don't know if you realized, but I asked him a lot of questions. He only gave me some one-worded answers. He didn't seem very interested. He kept looking off into a distance. He didn't ask anything about me. I don't think he's interested in me at all.
That's not true. He asked you about your job, didn't he?
Okay, well, that's one thing he asked me about. He was very inquisitive about the type of work I do and how much money we make. Apart from that, he didn't want to know anything else. So if I'm being honest, I don't have much of an impression on him. He didn't really leave me anything to think about.
Oh my god. Okay, well, look, we're gonna be a family soon. So you two need to learn how to get along with each other.
I realize that. It's gonna take time, though. I'm guessing your dad is shy or something?
Yeah, maybe. He looked really tired today, though. I think he had a really big night yesterday.
Okay, what was he doing? Is he still working or something?
No, but he really enjoys drinking. It's his pastime. He's been drinking ever since he was 12 years old.
Oh my god. What did you just say? Ever since he was that young? How is he still alive right now?
I know, right? My dad's pretty amazing. He's the type of guy I can be proud of.
Is this the type of person you're proud of? All of a sudden, a lot of things are starting to make sense.
Okay, anyway, babe. You know what? I'm gonna let today slide. Both of you were kind of shy. You don't really want to tread on each other's toes. That's okay. But the next time you guys meet, I want you to be hitting it off. You understand me? So you've got a couple of things to do. You need to figure out a way to get along with my dad. And you also need to ask your grandma for that money.
Okay, well, it looks like I've got my missions all set out and clear. What about you? What do you have to do?
Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Isn't it obvious? I have to, go get my nails done.
Didn't you just get them done last week?
Yeah, but you know how they fade and they start to look really ugly and stuff. I want them to be fresh all the time. Anyway, babe, thanks again for such a great day. I can't believe we're getting married. Isn't this amazing?
You're not wrong about that. It's only a couple of months left to go. Hey, Grandma. I just want to say thanks again for having me over. I didn't pay your due service. I just want to say that you don't look a day older than the last time I saw you. You're doing a really good job of keeping yourself healthy. How are you doing? What's the secret?
Look at that. You've been a sweet little boy to me ever since you learned how to say the word grandma. I bet that girlfriend of yours must be happy having a sweet talker like this around.
Yeah, well, she does have her complaints about me. But I would say overall, she's quite satisfied with being with me.
Well, I can tell. Listen to the way she talks whenever she's around you. I know a girl when she's in love, and to think that you guys are getting married. I think it's so lovely. It's about time you found someone that you could devote yourself to. I've always worried about you being on your own all the time. Jack, you're a smart, brilliant man, but you have to realize that you have to share whatever dream you have with someone else. That's how it worked out between me and your grandfather, and look how far we came. That right there is true love. I hope you are doing something similar with her.
Well, don't worry about that. That's the plan. We've got a lot of dreams and things that we're aiming for. We're doing our best to achieve them.
That's good to hear, and I hope having a family is one of those dreams. I don't know if I'm being a little bit too eager, but I would love to see some great-grandchildren someday.
Don't worry, Grandma. We've definitely got that on the agenda. It's gonna take some time, though. There are a couple of hoops and hurdles we gotta jump through before we get there. But I fully intend on having a family with this woman.
Isn't that just lovely? You couldn't make me any happier. You're finally settling down with a girl. Not only that, but take a look at her. She's such a little angel, isn't she? Does she have those polite mannerisms with everyone? She's so well behaved. Her parents must have raised her very well.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. She's very good at maintaining an image in front of everyone. That little trademark smile of hers goes in her favor as well.
I bet it does. You better be careful. There's gonna be a lot of other men lurking in the shadows, just waiting for a chance for her to slip up. You do whatever it takes to keep her. You hear me? Make sure you do what you can to make her feel special.
I'm doing my best here. I've been told the same thing from Mom as well. She also likes to ring that stuff into my ear, too. Seems like everyone loves Haley. Probably even more than me.
Well, I guess there's only one other girl that I like more than Haley, and that would be your mother. She really treated your dad properly. She was always so kind to us.
Well, Grandma, I think you should take a little bit of credit for that. I mean, look at the way you talk to people. You're so respectful and caring. It's only natural that people like to reciprocate that sort of thing. I honestly admire it.
Well, I'm just going to thank my family for choosing the right partner. Everyone here surrounds themselves with good people. It makes me so happy to see you in my old age.
Anyway, there's something I really need to ask you, Grandma, and I don't do this with a lot of pleasure.
What's going on? Sounds like something's on your mind. I may be old, but my mind hasn't gone astray just yet. Let me see if I can give some sort of wisdom to what you have to deal with.
Well, here's the thing. It's kind of like you said. I need to do what I can to keep her by my side. The thing is, it's that she's got a sweet tooth for luxury. She loves buying expensive things. She's a high-priced girl.
Ah, I see. You're wondering if you can afford her.
Exactly. You see, we want to move out into a house and start a family with each other. She has a vision for the type of place that she wants to live in, but it's not exactly cheap. I have a decent amount of money myself, but I'm not really sure if I can pay the upfront cost.
I see where this is going. You want to ask your grandma for a payout, don't you?
Look, I know that I'm not in a position to ask for that money. I know that's meant to be there for you to enjoy the rest of your days. I know it must suck living on your own. Any sort of pleasure that you can get from that money is important. I don't want you to pay for the whole thing. But if you can just give me a little bit extra so that we can pay for this house, I promise you I'll be able to get the money back to you.
I don't know what you're worrying about so much, Jack. You know the type of woman I am, don't you? The only way I can use this money to make me happy is by using it on my family. Making sure that everyone blossoms and has the necessary support they need to fulfill their dreams is what makes me go to sleep at night. You could have just come over today, asked me for the money straight up, and just left. I would have been totally satisfied with that. You don't need to give me all this fancy talk and make me feel good about myself.
Hold on a second, Grandma. That's not it. I wasn't trying to curry your favor or anything. I was quite honest with everything I was saying before.
I know. That little boy that I knew from a long time ago doesn't disappear that quickly. I have to say, though, you were much better at telling me sweet things back then. You used to tell me how beautiful I was. I don't hear that much now. Anyway, I've already had this discussion with your wife. She came here with this interesting pie. I had a little bit of a taste of it, but I'm not sure if it's to my liking.
Don't tell me. It's not the red pepper pie, is it?
I had a feeling that's what she put in there. I have to say, your family has a very interesting taste. I'm not gonna judge her or anything, but I couldn't eat it. Just keep that little secret for me, will you? I don't want her to know.
Don't worry, Grandma. But you're telling me that she went there already? Have you already given her the money?
I did. I gave her $130,000.
Whoa. That's way too much. Her and I agreed to only get $100,000.
I know, but I can see that you two are working very hard. I believe that she's a good woman, too. You need that extra $30,000 for a new car. Haven't you had that discussion with her?
No, I haven't. We didn't agree to buy a new car. Why didn't she talk about it with me first?
Well, I'm not so sure. It could be a surprise anyway. Thank you for the chat and coming over today. I'm getting very tired now. I think I could do for a little cup of tea and then a snooze.
Okay, Grandma. Have a good rest. Thank you for everything.
Hey, honey. Are you in a good mood today? There's something really important I need to ask you. Please don't say no, okay?
Well, make it quick. I'm currently cleaning the house because you've neglected to do it. I thought we arranged for me to earn the money and for you to clean up around here.
Oh my god. Okay, look, I get it, but it's just one day, right? You can forgive me for that, can't you?
This has been going on for a while now, though. I think you should spend less time at the shops and more time at home.
Okay, look, fine. I'll do my best to do that. Anyway, listen to what I have to say. So, you know how we have your dad staying in this house and everything, right? He moved in here straight after we got married. We've been taking care of him ever since.
I know. It's amazing that he's managed to last this long. He's had some amazing success with his therapy. I really am proud of him.
Oh my god, okay. So yeah, he's doing great and everything, but he's living in this house, right? I was thinking that maybe it's a really cool idea if my dad started living here too.
Whoa. Where did that come from? I wasn't expecting that. You want your dad to move in here? Why? I thought he was fine on his own.
Look, my dad is a little bit of an interesting character. I'm pretty sure you know from the few times you've met him. You kept telling me that he was really shy and unsociable, right?
I sure did. I don't think I've ever had a proper conversation with him.
Okay, yeah. Well, the thing is, he kinda has a really bad drinking problem. He'd rather spend the whole night drinking away his pain and sorrows than actually socializing with people, I think. It'd be a good idea if he moved in here and was around family. What do you think?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, to be honest. We have to think it through. I mean, that means we have to pay for more utilities, pay for more food. Is there anything that he is going to be offering?
Oh my god. Is that honestly the way you're gonna look at it? He is an old man. You don't see us taking anything from your dad.
Okay, fine. You have a point. But then again, I just don't want us to be paying for your dad's alcohol addiction or something. He better have his own money.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you that I'm bringing him here so that he quits the alcohol. I want his new enjoyment in life to be us, not that thing that he drinks every night.
Look, we're in the middle of designing that room for the children, but I guess we can accommodate it for him instead. He can't stay here forever. He gets 1 year. He's got to find a place to stay after that. Some sort of community for him to enjoy.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry. It's gonna be all sweet. Trust me. So anyway, there's just one more teeny-weeny little thing I want to ask.
Why do I get the feeling that I'm not gonna like what I hear?
Are you kidding me? You're gonna absolutely love what I have to say. So anyway, listen. You're not gonna believe this. I've actually quit my job.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I'm not working in that crappy little store anymore. I'm free now.
Hold on a second. What part of this is amazing? Don't you realize we're trying to pay off the loan here? It's already hard enough as it is on our wages, but now you've actually quit? How come you didn't consult me before you did this? What's the reason for you quitting?
Oh my god. Like, what is with that negative attitude? So what if I quit? Is it that big of a deal? Okay, fine. I guess I gotta tell you why I quit. Well, there's just these coworkers there that I just absolutely hate being around. Like, they're just so jealous of me. I'm the prettiest one in the store. All the customers talk to me, and I know those little rats are talking behind my back. I just absolutely couldn't stand working there.
Is this a reasonable decision to make? I mean, you're sacrificing our ability to pay off this loan by doing this. Please tell me you got some sort of plan B. Please tell me you have some sort of job lined up.
Oh my god, babe. Like, you just worry about things way too much. Just let me explain myself. You're gonna like this. So, like, you know that little dream I had about opening up my own cafe? I think now is a really, really good time to do that.
Are you kidding me? Do you actually think now is a good time to do that? The time where we're paying the most amount of bills? The time where we don't even have savings to protect ourselves? Where are we going to get the money for that thing?
You know, I was thinking again, and you know how good I am with this type of thing, right? I'm always able to find a solution. I think your grandma would be able to give us another little loan, don't you think?
No, that's out of the question. I can't believe you would bring that up again. We've relied on her money way too much. We haven't even paid her back. I'm not going to take her money again.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me right now? Why are you going to be so difficult about this? I've gotten so good at cooking lately. I'm going to have some amazing dishes on the menu. We're going to make that money back. We're not buying a car like last time. We're actually buying into a business. We're investing in something. Don't you see the value of that?
I mean, I do, but we're not certain about a lot of things. We don't know the metrics of this business. We don't have a clear menu yet. There's no plan, and because of all that, we're not sure if it's going to actually create any money.
Babe, come on. Listen to me. You just have to trust me. You know how good of a cook I am. You know my stuff is going to hit. What do you say? It's only gonna be a little loan. I'm sure your grandma wouldn't mind. Besides, she absolutely loves me, right? Her and I talk all the time. She thinks I'm a little angel. Can you believe that? That's so sweet.
All right, fine. But listen here. You have to properly plan all this stuff out. I don't want you to just wing this business. It needs to have a high chance of succeeding. I don't want my grandma's money to go to waste. That's there for her to enjoy the rest of her life.
Yeah. Look, I get all that. But just have a little bit of faith for once. So you agree to ask your grandma for money?
Yes, I agree. I'll go ask her sometime this week.
Oh my god! Yay! Thank you so much! You're like the best husband ever! Anyway, you know what? I've got a lot of stuff to do today, so I'm gonna have to dart. Dad's moving in, so I'm gonna be very busy today trying to get his stuff into the house.
Wait, hold on a second. He's moving in today? So you didn't even ask my permission originally? You just decided to go forth with what you wanted to do? Hey, Haley. You gotta ask me before you decide to do something like that. Haley? Haley! Hey, look. You and I need to have a talk. I know you've been trying to avoid me. We have some very serious issues here that need to be sorted out. We've been taking a lot of money from my grandma, and that cafe of yours isn't doing well at all. You keep telling me that everything is fine and that you've got everything under control. I've checked the CCTV footage, and there's no one in there. You're on your phone, dazed, doing nothing with your time, acting like there's no issue. What are we gonna do about this cafe? It's either you're gonna bring it to life or we have to shut it down.
Can't you seriously, not put that on me right now? I cannot believe you're trying to gaslight me.
What did you just say? How am I gaslighting you right now?
You know that the real issue here is you, don't you, Jack? You know I have a bone to pick with you, and you decided that you're gonna bring up the cafe in a way to divert the conversation. Well, I'm not falling for it. You're gonna give me some answers for the way you've been behaving lately.
Hold on a second. What are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about the way you've been interacting with my father. Don't you know that's your father-in-law right there? Don't you think you can show him a little bit of respect? I don't talk to your dad the way you talk to mine. So what is it? What do you have against my dad?
This has gotta be a joke. Are we seriously going to talk about this? Fine, I'll settle this. But then we need to talk about this cafe. That is the biggest issue here. Your dad and I haven't been getting along since day one. There are a couple of things he doesn't understand. Number one, this is my house. The way I decide to run it is up to me. Number two, no matter what he thinks about technology, I have to do what I have to do. If I'm not on the computer tapping away, then how am I going to make money for this household?
I get it. But from what he's telling me is that you've been ignoring him outright. He keeps calling out for your help. He's an old man. You show so much enthusiasm to help your father. I think you should do the same to mine.
Are you kidding me right now? Those two are incomparable. The situation your dad is in is nothing compared to what my dad has to go through right now.
Are you serious? You're really going to play that card, aren't you? You're going to argue about who has more need of assistance.
Well, I honestly am, because let's face the facts. My dad is still suffering from his therapy. It's not easy for him to have a normal everyday life. Your father, on the other hand, wants me to go walk to the fridge to fetch a beer for him. That's something he's perfectly capable of doing himself. He's just incredibly lazy.
Don't you dare talk about my father that way. You don't know him. You don't know the type of life he's had.
I kind of do, to be honest, because you told me. You told me that he's been drinking since he was 12 years old and he's had no intention of stopping.
Well, that's not his fault, is it? Imagine if you had to just stop drinking Coke. You've been drinking that thing your whole life, right? It's not going to be easy to stop it like that, is it?
Okay, that's understandable. But he's already had about 40 or 50 years to get himself into shape. Not only that, but I stopped drinking Coke a long time ago. The moment I realized it wasn't healthy for me, I threw that stuff away.
Well, look at you. Don't you think you're so much better than the rest of us? You've got no sympathy for my dad, do you? You just see him as just some pathetic, failed human that drinks all day. You don't see why he had to end up like that. Honestly, I didn't know I married such a heartless person. You can't even do something as simple as get something from the fridge for him.
Haley, this isn't even a conversation worth arguing about. We need to talk about this cafe of yours. What are you gonna do to start bringing customers in?
My God, like you sit there like it's my fault or something. What am I meant to do? Just force people to start liking good food?
That's what the issue is, isn't it? It's not the coffee or anything. The food is starting to scare them away.
Well, that's their fault, not mine. They don't know what true cuisine is when they put it into their mouth. They're just so uncultured. I hate it. I want a new customer base. I want to move my cafe.
Are you kidding me right now? That's your solution to this problem? You're gonna continue the same business in a different location?
Of course I am. People with a little bit of culture can understand why my food is so brilliant. The stupid little skanks in this area don't understand real food.
I honestly can't believe what I'm listening to right now.
This is just stupid.
What's stupid? The fact that you would still defend your father after his horrible behavior? The fact that you still think this cafe has got something going for it? Can't you see a sinking ship when it's right in front of you? You need to abandon it, like right now.
Actually, you know what would be a better idea? How about your grandma just stops being so stingy all the time and just give us a little bit more money?
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
Yeah, like, come on. If we had a little bit extra to do a couple of renovations and spruce the place up a bit, then we'd be sure to be a success among the locals. The reason why the cafe is failing at the moment is because of that greedy pig of a grandmother of yours.
That's it. I'm drawing the line right there. I've had enough. I want you and your dad out of my house.
Excuse me?
You heard me. I'm not gonna listen to someone insult my grandma that way. After everything she's done for you, all the money that she's given you, and you're gonna talk to her like that? It's not on. You clearly have no intention of accepting the fact that your father is in the wrong either. Him complaining about me tapping on my computer when it's paying for the house that he gets to live in is just absurd. Not only that, but distracting me from my work so that I can grab him some alcohol is also ridiculous. I've had enough. We're getting a divorce.
Well, you know what? I'm glad we can agree on something. I've had enough of you. You can't just accept that this cafe that I'm running is going to be absolutely amazing. If you just had a little bit more faith in me, then we'd be a bigger success. Well, too bad. We're going to make this success without you. Not only that, but we're going to do it in the house that you bought.
We'll see about that. If you think you're going to be taking my house away from me, you're in for a rude awakening. She talked a big game about her cafe becoming successful. But without the payments from my grandma, that place pretty much shut down in an instant. She still wanted to talk about her being a fighter and that she would never give up. We got a divorce, and she was expecting to take the house away from me. Unfortunately, I was the one that paid the most for this house. Most of her money was going towards designer goods and the alcohol that she bought for her father. It turns out that she wasn't paying off the loan at all. I was able to kick her out of my home and put her and her father on the streets. At that point in time, those two only had each other, but neither of them was competent. She did the calculations on what it would take to get her whole life back, to have her old job and live in a decent place. It turns out that it's going to require a lot of restraint and grit to do something like that. She decided to go down the loser route and just become an alcoholic like her dad. As I'm driving home, I can sometimes see them in the park in midday, drinking in front of everyone. She really is a sad sight. Someone that was once really beautiful and a person of the people is now bitter towards them and extremely aggressive. There have been a couple of times I've driven past that park, and I've seen her in handcuffs being put into a patrol car. I wonder if she still thinks about those days where she would use a decent portion of my money to buy herself designer brand goods. She used to have a problem with wearing the same outfit for more than a month. Now she's been wearing the same outfit for many years. Who knows? She might change her fit to a prison outfit if she keeps it up. It's going to take a miracle to get that girl back into normal society. As for me, you can expect. Paying off the loan would be much harder now that we were missing an income. Fortunately for me, when I got back out on the dating market, I was able to find someone that had very similar interests to me. We both had toxic partners that we unfortunately had to get rid of. You could say that we were both damaged from it. Now we share the same dream of paying off this house and eventually starting a family together. My dad also managed to overcome his lung cancer. It was a really hard battle, but he persisted through it. He said that me breaking up with Haley was a really sad event. He had some high hopes that we were going to have a family one day, and he really wanted to see it. Now that I got a new partner and I've had to reforge a bond all over again, he said it gave him some more vigor to continue living on. He wasn't going to rest until he saw me with some children. If I'm being honest, knowing a guy like my dad, even when I have those children, he's still going to keep kicking it just to be a part of their lives. He's an inspiration to me, and I'm hoping one day I can be the exact same to my own children.
Becky, tell me how to use this glass coffee thing. I've tried twice already and I keep dumping all the coffee out because it tastes awful.
Wait, Thelma, are you at my house right now?
Yes, of course I am. Now get down here and tell me how to make this coffee right away with this stupid thing.
Are you talking about the French press? It's actually really easy but not super intuitive if you've never used anything like that before.
It's the tall glass thing with a mesh circle on pull. Hurry down before I smash it to pieces. I am losing my patience.
Don't do that. I'm coming down right away. You have to put the coffee at the bottom first, then put in the hot water, and wait for a little bit. Trust me, the coffee comes out so much better because it's steeping for longer. When Holland and I went on vacation to Europe, we had French press coffee for the first time and we absolutely fell in love with it. We went right to the store to get a press the second we got back.
Interesting story. This coffee better be as good as you say it is. What do you have for breakfast around here? It doesn't seem like much, to be honest.
Well, actually, Holland is the only one who eats breakfast in the house. I usually skip and do this thing called intermittent fasting. It supposedly helps you to lose weight faster.
What kind of person doesn't eat breakfast in the morning? It's the most important meal of the day.
I think that's just an old slogan from a long time ago. Fasting is really important to boost your metabolism.
I think it's stupid not to eat on purpose. With the right discipline, you should be able to eat in moderation and still lose weight. Pretending to be Gandhi and choosing not to eat is quite foolish, if you ask me.
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to that, but to each his own, I suppose. What do you usually eat for breakfast? Maybe I can whip something up for you.
Took you long enough to ask me, dear. Every day I have a spinach egg white omelet with feta cheese, half a grapefruit, and an acai bowl. I'd appreciate it if you could get moving on making all that for me.
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have any of those things in the house right now. If I had known you were coming over, I could have gotten those things in advance.
They're pretty common things to keep in a house, but whatever. Make sure that you have them in stock at all times for whenever I choose to drop by, like today.
Oh, okay. Or maybe you could just let me know a day or two in advance? That way the ingredients won't go to waste if you end up not coming over. We usually don't eat that kind of stuff here.
I can't see the future, and I know exactly when I decide I want to come over. Just keep everything on hand just in case. What are you feeding my son anyway? What does he usually eat for breakfast?
Oh, just like cereal or some bacon or something. He usually doesn't skip, but he tries to keep his meals light to cut down on time in the morning before he leaves for work.
That's all you make for him? No wonder he's skin and bones. Becky, that just won't do. A man needs to start his day with a proper breakfast, and the woman of the house should see to it that he eats right. I need you to make him at least 6 egg omelet every day from now on.
6 eggs? There's no way he wants to eat that much first thing in the morning. Plus, at that rate, we'll go through a carton of eggs every 2 days. I think that would get expensive pretty quick.
Are you trying to put a price on your husband's health? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You should be ashamed to call yourself a wife.
That's not what I'm saying at all. How about this? I can ask him what he wants and do my best to accommodate for him. Anywho, have you decided what it is you want? I have some eggs, I can make toast, and I think we have an apple if you want to get in some fruit.
I'll pass on everything. I told you what I eat, and I like to stick to that as much as possible. I expect you to be ready to make a full breakfast to me whenever I come over here next. Have I made myself clear?
Sure. I'll do my best to try and get everything you want. And it would be a really big help if you let me know beforehand that you're coming so I can make sure to have everything you want.
I won't make any promises. I think I'll just have this coffee for now, then go on my way. Yuck! Is this coffee made of dirt? This is what I waited for? Becky, this is the worst coffee I've ever had. I'm leaving it here on the counter. Dump it down the sink for me. I'll be going now. I can't believe what I am seeing. Did you not listen to anything I told you yesterday? It's all the same things in the fridge.
Thelma, are you at our house again? I thought I asked you to let me know beforehand when you were thinking of coming.
I don't think I need to tell you. I am your mother-in-law and I should be allowed to enter my son's house whenever I please. Don't try and change the subject, Becky. Why haven't you gotten any of the things I asked for to make me a proper breakfast?
You asked me just yesterday and I haven't had time to go to the supermarket yet. Plus, I was assuming you would let me know that you'd be coming, so I could go the day before and get everything.
Well, you know what happens when you assume things. You were ill-prepared for my arrival and I think you should be embarrassed.
Thelma, this is getting a bit out of hand. I don't mind if you come over, but don't you think it would be better for both of us if you just gave me a little warning beforehand? That way I can get everything you want.
Ugh, I can't believe I have to make a reservation at my own son's house to have some breakfast. If I told any of my friends about this, they might have a heart attack out of shock.
All right, I can tell this really isn't going anywhere. I'm sorry, I don't have the things to make the breakfast you want. Is there anything else I can make for you?
It took you long enough to ask. A part of me figured you wouldn't do what was asked, so luckily I came wanting to eat my second favorite breakfast.
Okay, fine. What is it?
Freshly baked croissants with mascarpone cheese and honey, avocado toast, and a slice of tiramisu.
We don't have anything like that. Do you seriously eat stuff like that first thing in the morning?
Are you trying to shame me for my diet? You're really pushing your luck and I'm starting to lose my patience.
We have the same things we had yesterday. Do you want them or not? I can make you a nice whole egg omelet with cheese. If you want some vegetables, I can slice up a green pepper to throw in.
Are you trying to kill me? That sounds like dog food.
Well, that's all we have, so it's either that or nothing. I don't see why you even need to eat breakfast here in the first place. If you eat that stuff all the time, why don't you have all the ingredients at home already?
Eating at home is boring. That's why I came all the way here to eat breakfast. Ugh, can't you at least separate the whites from the eggs and make me an egg white omelet? I seriously worry for my son if you can't do that at least.
Fine. I never made one before, but I can try if that's what you want.
It is what I want, so make it snappy. By the way, what did you make for my son this morning? I'm assuming you made the 6-egg omelet like I suggested?
Actually, no, I didn't. I asked him what he wanted, and he said the same thing as always. I even brought up your suggestion, and he said there's no way he wants to or even could eat that much first thing in the morning.
Huh, I see you've been rubbing off on him in a bad way. If he were still living at home with me, he would happily eat that without second guessing.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to force a grown man to eat something he doesn't want.
Whatever, just hurry up with those eggs, and for the love of God, please don't make that terrible coffee from yesterday.
Your mom keeps surprising me by showing up early in the morning. I had no idea she was coming again today. Did she say anything to you about coming?
I didn't realize that she'd come yesterday too. You must have been surprised. It's so early.
I was a bit flustered by it all, but she seemed to just be coming to see what I'm making these days, being her daughter-in-law. I do think it would be nice if she came closer to lunchtime.
Yeah, I agree. Did you suggest that she should take it easy in the morning and come later instead?
I should have. I didn't think about that yesterday, or even today. She was criticizing how we've been eating breakfast. She didn't particularly like the idea of cereal, or even the eggs and bacon that I made you today.
Really? Should I eat anything other than cereal and bacon? Who was the one eating it? What else should I have?
Don't play around. We were talking about what we should be eating, and then I promised her that I would get her what she wanted. But I ended up forgetting and not getting it for her before she came over. I think I really made her mad.
Who would have done that on purpose? You have been good at discussing this with her. I wouldn't worry.
I tried to get her to eat something based on what we had in the house, and she called it dog food. I did my best to make her what she wanted, and she left the house looking satisfied. I don't know, though. I'm afraid of what's going to happen if she shows up again, and I'm not ready.
You were honest about everything? Then you did a great job.
I don't really want this kind of praise from you. Anyway, she said that she would be coming back tomorrow. What good is it doing for her to be coming here 3 days in a row?
Wow, she is being very meticulous about this all.
That's what I'm saying. What should I make in the morning? I haven't eaten much in the morning, like, ever. I didn't think that she would want anything in particular.
I don't think this has to be anything in particular. Why not just make a fruit plate or some breakfast sandwiches? I know my mom loves any kind of pie too, so make a couple of those if you can.
Do you think that is all just so easy to whip up in one afternoon?
I wouldn't know. I've never made one before. Maybe just search around for an easy recipe. Everything is on the internet these days anyway. I'm sure something good will come up. Either way, why not work on your croissants? I know she loves them and she already mentioned it to you too.
I should try that. Well, I will see you after work. I'll go out to the store right now.
Is right now okay? Do you want to wait until after I get off of work and we can go?
No, it's okay. I've wrapped a bunch of work up these past few days. This week is really empty for me. I have some free time for the time being.
Oh, nice. I think I should switch careers and do translation work like you. We could both work from home and be together more.
Oh no, we should never do that. I think it's best to have one person on a fixed income. It's safer that way.
Well, my mighty lady, doesn't your divine work bring in more doubloons than mine ever could?
Translation work isn't very stable. It would be great to rely on it. Stop talking nonsense. Get back to work, sir. Affirmative?
Affirmative, Captain. But seriously, think about it. We could be like a dynamic duo, conquering the world of translation together.
As tempting as that sounds, it's not as easy as it seems. The freelance life comes with its uncertainties, and we need a stable income to navigate through these stormy seas.
What if we become the rulers of those seas? You, the queen of translations, and me, the captain of creativity.
As much as I enjoy your creativity, let's keep our feet on solid ground, Captain. We need a plan, not just dreams.
Fair point, my lady. What do you think we should do then? I want to be with you more, and if switching careers is not the answer, there must be another way.
Well, we could explore opportunities for remote work within your current field. Many companies are embracing flexible arrangements.
Remote work, huh? Well, that sounds promising, but wouldn't it be challenging in my industry?
It might be tricky, but not impossible. We can research companies that offer remote positions or discuss the possibility with your current employer. A compromise between the stability of a fixed income and the flexibility of working from home.
That makes sense. I'll look into it and see what options are out there. It would be incredible to spend more time together.
I agree. We need to find a balance that works for both of us and ensures our financial security. It's about building a future together, not just chasing dreams.
Building a future with you? Now that is the dream.
And dreams, my dear Captain, can be achieved with careful planning and determination. Let's navigate through these waters together, shall we?
Aye, aye, Captain. Together we'll conquer the seas of stability and build a future that's as bright as the treasure at the end of the rainbow.
Your optimism is contagious, Captain. Now, enough dreaming, back to work, and let's make these dreams a reality.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'm driving back into the creative sea. But promise me, when I find the treasure, we'll take a break and celebrate.
Only if the celebration involves something more than instant noodles. Deal?
Deal. Now back to the grind. See you on the other side of the treasure hunt.
Looking forward to it. Work well, Captain. Holland, I really think I'm reaching the end of my rope here.
What's wrong? Is it something to do with my mom again?
Yeah, sorry to say, but she's really been stressing me out lately. I've been on edge lately because I have no idea when she's going to show up and demand I make her breakfast again. I even went to the store and bought all the things she mentioned to me previously. I even went ahead and practiced making a lot of the stuff just to make sure I would be able to when she comes. To her credit, this time, your mother actually did text me in advance telling me that she was coming over, but she told me she wanted something completely different than what she said the last couple times she was here.
Oh, she let you know. That was nice of her.
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like I wasted my time practicing with all this other stuff. Luckily, I had enough time, so I went to the store and got all the ingredients for what she wants, and I'm studying on YouTube now for how to make it.
That's great. What did she end up asking you to make?
She wants sausage biscuits and gravy, which honestly, I'm a bit surprised by given the things she told me she usually eats for breakfast. They seem way more healthy than this.
Who knows? Just let her have her way. Do you think you'll be able to make it?
My confidence level is at about a 6. Luckily, my grandma was from the South, so I grew up eating biscuits and gravy, so I have an idea to base my cooking against. But that could be totally different than what your mom is expecting. Ugh, I feel like I'm trapped in some sort of psychological game. I'm equally afraid of her liking it because then I'll feel like I'm selling myself out to have to make this for the rest of eternity for her.
I really think you're just overthinking all of this. You just do your best and I'm sure she'll like it.
Oh my gosh, I just burnt the sausages. Oh, Holland! I feel like someone just stabbed me in the stomach. What am I going to do? I hope you get an idea of how much pressure I'm under right now. This isn't good for me.
Stop worrying. I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Do you think she's going to be critical of the food you make for her?
You have no idea. She's been critical of my cooking since forever. I just wanted to impress her this time.
Hey, it's not the end of the world. We can salvage this. Just focus on serving what you've got well, and she might not even notice.
You're right. I need to calm down. Maybe I'm making a bigger deal out of this than it is.
Take a deep breath. And hey, biscuits and gravy are a classic comforting dish. Who doesn't love that?
You always know how to make me feel better. Thanks.
No problem. Now let's get everything set up. Your mom will be here any minute.
You know what? This isn't so bad. Maybe you're right, and she won't notice the sausages got burned. Maybe she even likes them that way.
See? Sometimes simplicity is the key. Plus, who can resist biscuits and gravy in the morning?
You really think I overthink things too much?
Maybe a little, but it's because you care. Your mom will appreciate the effort, even if it is not exactly what she expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I overthink so much around your family. I know we had gotten married only maybe a few weeks ago, but it has felt like so much longer than that. We've been together for 5 years, and I still don't know what kind of food your mother prefers.
That isn't completely your fault. You've been abroad for so long, studying different languages, there was no way you could be back at home and taking care of my mom. I know that she views your career as a success and is looking forward to seeing what you do next.
I hope that's true. I'm not really sure what she sees when she looks at me. I know having been abroad can change people's perceptions of a person, but I'm not sure how much weight she puts on it. She could see it as either a plus in our relationship or as a negative in the long run.
I don't think that someone would base their entire judgment on someone's past. It should be on how the person acts in the present, being disconnected from any traditional customs or family practices. I had known that you would bring something new into my family, and that's part of why I married you. You offer a lot to us.
That's sweet of you to say. I hope I don't mess this up. You should go off to work.
All right, let me know if you need anything. I'll be off now.
Good morning. Oh, you brought Amanda with you as well. I was saying that I was on my way to your place for breakfast and she wanted to come along as well. Is that okay?
Everything will be perfect. There surely won't be anything missing that we would normally eat, right? What could go wrong?
Yes, of course. But, I wasn't planning on cooking for 2 people. As soon as I walked in, I smelled fresh croissants. Did you make croissants?
Oh, I love freshly baked croissants. You must have made a great one.
Well, actually, I was practicing before you came here. I baked a few, but then you said you wanted to eat biscuits and gravy, so I ate the ones I baked. Oh, you should have saved them for us to eat. Why did you go ahead and eat them on your own, you little piggy? I told you I loved freshly baked croissants.
Yeah, I do too. Next time you should just have them ready in case we change our minds.
Oh, right. I'll try and have some ready next time. I can make them for you now if you don't mind waiting. No, you've put me out of the mood for them. Anyway, is it time to eat or what? Sure, feel free to sit wherever you'd like.
This is all you made again?
It's the first time in a while since I've made a bigger breakfast, so I think I'll need more practice to make it more of what you're thinking.
The biscuits look kind of thin. Have they not had time to rise yet? Do you not know how to work the oven?
I had gotten up pretty early to put these in the oven. I had thought that they looked done. Well, I had just unwrapped them and put them in the oven, so that's how they turned out. We don't really have time to start a new batch over again.
How should we eat this alone now? I'm not sure how this is going to make my stomach feel. I'm not sure I can eat this. How's yours, Mom?
I had looked online and did what the recipe had said. I guess it turned out a bit strange.
None of this is going to be edible. The only thing left is the coffee. I guess we can make these nice to drink together. Holland had got up this morning and ate this before going to work.
Yeah?
You are a 30-year-old woman and you don't know how to cook anything for breakfast?
This is all the food that I'm not used to making, so I guess so. I was making it all this morning and I was surprised how everything turned out too. Well, I guess there isn't much left here.
Ah, there's nothing here. It's quite unbelievable that you would make something like this for us. I can't imagine what you make for Holland every day. He must be so hungry.
Not at all. He eats a lot. There is no reason for him to be hungry.
Really? What is he eating? There isn't anything you can eat here. Is he just eating eggs from the fridge? Goodness, let's just go. We can go to the store and get something else. I know everything to buy that will have you restocked.
Right now?
Yeah, you need to know how to make food that people in this house can eat, don't you? I didn't think I was going to have to teach you every little thing, but you need to know how to make food for my son and your future family.
Hey, it's not that I can't make anything. Of course, this all was a bust, but after I try again, I'm sure that I can make it better soon.
You're saying that there's something you can make? You're saying that after we have seen this all? You have my son eating this trash and then going out to work. I think the only thing you've gotten good at is sweet-talking your mistakes.
I didn't think it was all trash. Don't you think that's a little mean to say? I know it's not very good, but geez.
Isn't food you can't eat just that? Trash? There's no use in calling it anything else. Do you know how long it takes to get here from my house?
Well, I think I will get going. You said I would enjoy this if I came along, but I guess not. You should take a cooking class or something, and then call me when you can make us something that we can eat.
I really dropped the ball on making your mother breakfast.
Was she really mad?
So mad. She called everything I had made trash. Don't you think that's too strong a phrase to use? I was really shocked.
Yeah, I think that was a bit harsh. Should I talk to her about it?
What would you say? I don't want to be caught in the middle of this either. She said that she would be coming again tomorrow, but I'm really worried about it.
But it does look like you're catching on a bit. Everything you made for dinner looks really good. You did a good job in making this.
She just got mad and left.
It seems like you're really upset about it. Do you want me to tell her not to come again?
How would I do that? She already said that she would be coming over again.
So, since she's coming again, you have to try and redo everything that you made? I don't really need all that. I like everything that we normally make.
That's what I'm saying. Having to wake up every day and make some extravagant meal would tire you out too. I'm not sure why she's insisting on it.
Just hint at her that making that sort of food every day is tiring.
There's no use in that. She keeps thinking that I should be the one making everything well, every morning for them.
You should be able to talk around it.
I've tried, but she's pretty set in her ways. I think it's a reflection of how much I care.
Maybe you should just try letting her make it one morning. See how she likes waking up early and spending hours in the kitchen?
That's an idea. Maybe a taste of her own medicine would change her perspective.
It's worth a shot. And in the meantime, I'm happy with our usual breakfast routine. No need to stress over impressing her every time.
I'm glad you feel that way. I'd rather spend our mornings enjoying breakfast together than slaving away in the kitchen to meet someone else's expectations.
Exactly. Our mornings are perfect just the way they are. And if your mom can't see that, well, that's her problem.
Agreed. Let's focus on what makes us happy, not on trying to meet someone else's standards.
I'll talk to her later. Mom, I heard that you came over this morning.
Yeah, Becky told me that she would be making good food for me, so I went over. Did you have anything good for dinner?
Yeah, having you come over must have helped. She made a lot for dinner.
That's all thanks to me. She can't cook anything. How can she be so bad at cooking?
It's not that she's bad at cooking. She just has been abroad for a long time, so she's better at cooking that kind of food.
This is America. Why would she be making food from anywhere else?
Why should it matter where the food is from? If there's good food, then I'm gonna eat it well just the same.
Everyone should know how to make the basics. She can't even cook biscuits and gravy.
I don't like biscuits or gravy at all. It makes my stomach hurt after eating heavy food like that. I had tried eating it this morning and ended up being really bloated. I ended up not being able to eat lunch because my stomach hurt so bad.
Really? Do you feel better now? That was all the worthless food she had made in the morning. From the looks of everything, no wonder it upset your stomach.
What? No, I didn't mean it like that.
Don't worry. I had taught her how to do everything well, so now there won't be any problems with what she makes you.
What? I didn't mean it like that. I meant that I don't like that sort of food in the morning. It doesn't sit well with me. I like the simple food that we had been eating for a while now. It takes less time.
What are you saying? You felt like that because she messed up all the food. I made food for you every morning before you went off and moved in with her. How can you be okay with eating like that? You're just okay with it right now because you've gotten used to it. How disappointing.
There are a lot of people that eat like this. If I feel good, isn't that enough?
Did she happen to tell you that? And you are believing it?
What do you mean?
Oh, she's really tricking you. She hates making everything for you in the morning, and you are letting her get away with it by making the least possible. I had finally complained, and now she's doing better. Don't you see? Do you want it to go back to the way it was? She doesn't know how to make anything else.
No, that is not what I meant at all. I don't like the food that you're pushing her to make now.
Why wouldn't you like any of that? You have to make something good to start off the day, and that would take some work to get used to. You've gotten used to eating so bad. It's not that you like it. See how you feel. If you grow up eating like this, you'll end up having problems later on. You're so young, you don't understand that yet.
I'm just saying that the way that we've been eating right now isn't bad.
Oh, you are so frustrating. I will not let her continue like this. You can't change my mind. Just let me change what she's doing, and you go along with it. You don't know any better. Am I the one making this worse? I don't think so. So maybe it would be better if I lived with you, based on everything you said when you were moving out.
Why are we going in that direction? No one lives with their parents these days if they're married. We would make each other even more uncomfortable.
It just makes me sad knowing that she isn't treating you very well. If I had known she had no cooking skills and would have been feeding you like this, then I wouldn't have agreed for you to move out and then in with her. I had to hold her hand and teach her everything. Jeez.
What are you getting at?
I live so close to you. Do you think that coming to your house every day for breakfast is normal? I'm really tired every morning, too.
Then stop coming over all the time and leave us to our habits. Why would you want to keep exerting yourself by coming over here?
Because I am worrying so much about you. Because it came up already, what do you think about selling that house and then just living together? It would really be comfortable for me. You could go back to eating well, and then I could stop coming round to worry about you.
That doesn't make any sense. It's already been a week since we got married and went on our honeymoon. Moving in together again would be ridiculous. We had already agreed to live separately from the beginning of our marriage.
That's what I'm saying. It's only been a week and she's already subjecting you to these conditions. I don't like that at all.
We're not going to get anywhere if we keep talking about this. Please relax. I'll talk to you later.
But I just want what's best for you. I hate seeing you stressed and unhappy.
I appreciate your concern, really, but selling the house and moving in together isn't the solution. We had our reasons for deciding to live separately, and I need to honor that.
But what about your well-being? She's clearly making you uncomfortable.
I need some time to figure things out and set boundaries. Moving in together isn't the answer, especially not just after a week of marriage.
All right, I just don't like feeling helpless in this situation. I want to support you.
I appreciate that. Let me handle it for now, and we can revisit the idea of living together down the road if it makes sense for the both of us.
Fine, but promise me you'll take care of yourself. I hate seeing you so stressed.
I promise I'll talk to you later. We can discuss this more when things have settled down.
What happened? Did it not go well?
She was just saying that we should move in with her.
What? We can't do that. We already decided that we would live separately once we got married.
I don't want to live with her either. She's just saying that because she doesn't like your food. It's gonna be difficult, but I guess we just have to deal with it.
Yeah, I told you, no matter what I said, it wasn't getting through to her.
Gee, she had asked you to handle everything. Oh my.
So she was just on the phone talking bad about me? She'd never wanted to help me.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. I don't think it's your fault, though. She has a very traditional way of thinking about all of this. She thinks that because you've been included into the family, that maybe you have to prove your worth.
How do you think I should be proving myself? We've been together for 5 years. Has she not seen my character yet? Is what I have been doing not enough?
You've been doing just fine. You take care of me just fine.
She doesn't seem to think like that. Lately, I have been wondering what it would look like if I just gave up. I don't want to keep causing her any more distress. As she gets older, she won't be able to continue coming over here so early in the morning.
Why would you say it like that? Of course it won't become that big of an issue.
I just feel like she's weaponizing the role she has in this family. I apparently can't set boundaries that intrude on her motivations. I understand that she's getting older and that maybe she wants someone to look out for her by making her breakfast, but it has been really difficult.
Yeah, I think I've seen you get really run down. I don't think it's causing that big of a strain on the family, though. She's only bringing your Amanda into it. If you ever put your foot down, then it won't exactly cause ripples out into the extended family.
Yeah, but this is also ridiculous. Anyway, do you know anything about her financial situation? Is that why she's begging to come over?
I don't think so. We never had any problems when we would visit. I guess the table is turning, and now we're the ones that have to serve her.
That's ridiculous, but I get it. Even though I don't think we've had nearly this many issues with my family. My mother isn't just coming into this house and demanding that she be fed. She really pulled away from me when I was younger. It would make sense for her to be demanding things, but she's not.
I guess because she already has a relationship with you. Maybe my mom is just trying to find a way in to build that relationship with you. You've been gone overseas for a long time, you know?
I understand that, but she doesn't have to come every day to do that. I saw it like that at first, but now it's turning into criticizing me and putting my skills under surveillance. It's just showing me that she doesn't trust me.
She trusted you enough to let me marry you. She had to have seen something else in you. Maybe that you're well-traveled or that you had a good relationship with your parents.
Yeah, I mean, I never did say that a suburban marriage was exactly what I wanted. I had chosen to settle down here because I wanted to be with you. She's just been in the area, so now she's become a sort of package deal.
That is true. Well, let's see how this all pans out. Also, can you please not mention any of this to my mom? Maybe if we just ignore her, she'll forget about the whole living together thing.
I can't make any promises, but I'll try. Hi, Thelma. Holland told me about your suggestion. Unfortunately, moving in with you is out of the question. He asked me not to say anything to you, but I wanted to let you know directly that it won't be happening, so you won't get your hopes up. Sorry, but it's just not going to happen.
Unfortunately, this isn't something that can be negotiated. I've given this a lot of thought, and I think it would be best for you and Holland to move in here until you learn how to be a proper wife and cook the basics. I've tried your cooking, and to be quite honest, I am shocked my son has endured for as long as he did. You can barely meet my requests. Nothing I asked for was even that hard.
I am telling you that we aren't coming. You can say whatever you want, but I can absolutely guarantee that it isn't.
And what are you talking about? I did my best to make everything when I was my first time to cook stuff like that. What are you hoping to achieve if we start to live with you? Of course, it's to teach you the right way to make a proper meal. My word, how could you ever call yourself a proper wife when you serve Holland that slop?
He's the one asking for it. Should I have said no and not made him the things he was specifically asking for? And I don't think I need to learn from you. These days, there are 100 different ways to learn something. Plus, I don't want to start cooking new food because there's a chance Holland won't like it.
I can't believe how disrespectful you're being to me. You know, when I was your age, I listened to everything my mother-in-law told me, including to come live with her. And it's a good thing I did, because I learned how to be a good wife, and above all, I learned how to respect those older than me like you should be doing.
Well, that was a very different time compared to now. No one does that anymore. Look, I am not going to move in there with you. End of story. But if you want, you can teach me to cook at my house when you come over. I don't see why I have to be at your place every day for that to happen.
You just don't get it, do you? It's not just about the cooking. It's about observing how a master of their domain conducts themselves.
And I'm assuming you're that master? Unfortunately, I'll have to pass. Hey, Holland, sorry, I know I said I wouldn't do this, but I just got into it with your mother about living together. I just couldn't go on letting her think it would ever happen.
I told you not to say anything. I think you've made it even worse.
What did you expect me to do, though? You know that just leaving it alone wouldn't have done anything. You know your mother better than anyone. Do you really think she would have dropped it? If anything, she probably would have started shopping for an apron for me for a little cooking lessons. In return, I said that if she wanted to teach me cooking so badly, she could do it at our house. I didn't see a reason why we had to go through the trouble of living there so she could do that.
I don't think that was the point of her asking us to move in. Just leave it alone for a little bit and let me handle it.
Okay, sorry.
Honey, I'm back from work.
What happened? Why do you look so tired? It's not even 3 o'clock. What happened at work?
I'm on the way back from the hospital.
Why did you need to go to the hospital? Are you okay? You were fine this morning.
On the way to the office, I started to get a pain in my chest that I thought was around my solar plexus. But about an hour after I got to work, I started sweating and getting dizzy. I was in a meeting and I had to run out and throw up. I ended up leaving to go to the hospital. They said that I was suffering from indigestion, so they gave me some fluid and I got medicine to bring home. I left work early for the day.
Really? You didn't even eat much this morning. You've been eating like you've been in the military, just little plates here and there.
But really, do I have to keep eating what you make for my mom every morning?
Right, she has been coming over every day.
How about we start telling her that I'd already eaten and left for work before she gets here? I can start eating what we're used to again.
So you want to eat breakfast twice?
No, I really can't keep eating like this. There's no guarantee that my body will adjust to this. I'll keep throwing up like I did this morning. Isn't it obvious that this is causing it?
She keeps coming really early in the morning. How are we going to make 2 breakfasts in the morning? That's crazy. You need to just tell her what you can and cannot eat. You can't just die while pretending like you can stomach this every day.
How do I tell her? I worry about it every morning. She keeps saying that it's hard on her to keep coming over every morning too.
Yeah, no one else would be doing this to themselves. Plus, she just really doesn't like me that much. Every time you don't want to eat what we have, she blames it on me. She's being delirious.
Don't you think that that's a little intense to say about her?
Is there another way to put it?
I have been having to deal with her through all this too. What kind of mother-in-law comes over every day to have breakfast with their son and new wife? Does that kind of family cook any differently?
She hadn't wanted us to move away from the beginning, and now this.
What did you say?
She never wanted me to move out. When I'd brought up that we were going to get married, her first concern was her age, and that it might be a better idea to live together. I disregarded her concerns, but I guess it's coming back to bite us now.
Why did you not say anything before? Yes, I prefer to live separately for any of our family members, but the heads up would have been nice so that we aren't being blindsided by topics like this. Things that happen like this in a family are never surface level. There's always some sort of motivation underneath it.
I know. I thought that she would respect us enough, though. I always want to keep any eye out for her now that she's getting older, so I thought that moving in this close was even a good idea.
Yeah, that's why I suggested it in the first place. I was trying to compromise. Anyway, you must be tired. Go lay down and we'll talk about this again later.
Thank you. Also, none of what happened to me today was your fault. I don't see it as that. This was the fact that I've been eating something new that doesn't really work with my stomach. Your cooking is fine.
I know. You don't have to reassure me. Go to sleep.
I'm gonna try and go without eating today. I can't have something like yesterday happen again.
Okay, if anything happens again, don't hesitate to go to the hospital.
I will. Try and enjoy yourself again today. Is my mom coming by again?
I think so. She didn't say anything in particular about it.
No. Well, I'll get going.
It looks like it will just be us today. There's going to be a lot just for us. Did Holland already leave for work?
Yes, he already left.
All right, this all looks very good. I feel a lot better about you guys now.
Then you don't have to worry about coming every day. You can start to relax at home again.
What do you mean? You have finally started making stuff that is worthy of eating. I should keep coming. Why, do you not like it that I have been coming?
No, of course not. It's not that, but coming every morning must be hard on you. You've said that it is a little difficult for you to get up so early in the morning.
That's because we're living separately from each other. Don't you think it would be better to all live together?
Why are you bringing that up again? We had already agreed that wasn't something we wanted once we got married.
All right, I get it. You would hate that. If I knew how burdensome you felt of me coming every morning, then I wouldn't have started.
It's just that it might be hard for you to do this every morning. There's no need to. You've taught me how to make all this food again so that I can prepare it for Holland and I.
Yes, that is true. You have really gotten better. I guess I have taught you well. But why is there no use in me coming every day now that I have a daughter-in-law? That's how it should be.
What?
Now that I have you, there's no need for me to cook anymore. Isn't that how it should be? Why would I have to cook myself? Now that we're talking about this, I think I should come to have breakfast and lunch before I leave. There's obviously dinner, but I think if I stayed until then, I would get bored.
You want to come all morning every day?
Why are you surprised? Did I say something wrong?
How are you going to come and have breakfast and lunch every day? I don't even eat much for lunch anyways.
Who said you have to eat anything? I'm not forcing you to eat anything you don't want to.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying that I don't eat lunch every day.
So you're saying that after I wake up at dawn to get ready and come here for breakfast, that I should just go home after and eat lunch all by myself?
It's fine if you just don't come at all. We get that you were a little worried about Holland, so you started coming over for breakfast, but coming every day to eat has become its own problem. I have been able to relax a bit because my work has been wrapped up, but I will have new projects soon. I won't be able to be in the kitchen as much as I have been.
You said that you do translation work.
Yes?
Calling it translation work is fine in itself, but doesn't that only entail looking at words and then changing them into English? You had been abroad for so long, shouldn't you just be able to look at the words, read them, and then change them into English? Why are you pretending that is all so hard to do?
It's not just taking words at face value and changing them into something else, like you were saying. You have to work through liberal translation and being able to match the emotion to everything.
There's nothing so high and mighty about that. You're saying that because you have to do that. You will have no time to cook anything? Are you using that as an excuse? Your Amanda is working while raising a child. Do you know how hard it is to work and take care of a child at the same time? She has to take the kids to school, clean, and no matter how much she wants to eat anything, she can't make it properly. And you're sitting here saying that you have to look at letters and write them? Do you think you can hold power over me with your little letters?
Hold power over you? What are you trying to say?
What? What else are you trying to do by saying that you work so hard? From now on, I will bring over Amanda so that we can all eat together. You should think about making lunch for us too. You haven't gotten married to my son and never thought that we would be over for meals. Really.
I didn't get married so that I had to cook every day. We don't even live in the same house, so why are you trying to come over from dawn until lunch? In what country is that customary? You're my husband's mother, and I want to respect you, but this has gotten out of control.
Control? So, this is about control. Why should me, trying to come over for meals at my son's new house, need to rely on customs? In what way should I be subject to your control? What you are doing now is relinquishing customs and trying to garner control over me. In what world does a Thelma teach her son's new wife cooking skills and then not have the natural progression towards her using them in her cooking and not inviting her Thelma over to share? You had not even thanked me for coming over so much and teaching you everything I know. I have experience living abroad as well, but I didn't come back this rude to my family.
If you want to call me rude or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I will not be cooking you both breakfast and lunch every day. And my Amanda, there is no reason that she needs to come over. After today, I wish that you won't come by anymore.
You're saying that I won't be able to come over because you say so? How do I know that if I stop coming by that you won't start feeding my son garbage again? You're trying to riddle me out of this house.
Do we have any milk for cereal?
It's in the fridge, but we don't have any cereal. I had thought you said that you didn't want to have it in the morning anymore, so I didn't buy it.
Could you make me a scrambled egg then? I'll have some milk with that, and then I'll get going.
I already made breakfast. Just eat this and then go.
I don't want this. If I eat this and then go to work, I'll be sick again.
Then just starve. You hadn't eaten the last few days, so what would change today? I'm not feeding you anything that will make you sick.
Would making me what I want be so hard? Telling me to starve, isn't that a little excessive?
Excessive? Who is the one being excessive right now? I have been making breakfast every day because of you.
Was making what my mom wanted so hard? How could making breakfast be so hard? How could my mom have made that so hard? It might have felt long, but it's only been a month or two. You couldn't get past that?
Are you saying everything that you want right now? If it was so easy, why hadn't you been helping?
What would I have been helping with? I told her eating like that every day was hard on me. You were the one that made her so angry.
So you think that one phone call was all you needed to do? If eating like that had been so hard on you, then why did you continue doing it? Do you have any conscience left in you? I have been cooking every day for you and your mom, even Amanda. It wasn't even for me, and they wanted to keep going and have me cook them lunch.
How would that have been hard?
So I guess now I'm dealing with two people that want to yell at me and nitpick everything that I did. You had just been sitting there drinking tea, not saying anything. How is that hard on you? I don't think you have the right to say that you were having a hard time.
Geez, never mind. Why have you been like this? Do you not have any patience? Can you not adapt to anything?
No, I don't think you have a say in this. Have you been such a selfish person all along? How have you been hiding that you're such a bad person?
There was nothing that we could do. When my mom had been coming over, did you want me to keep leaving early and starve?
Could it have been different? Stop wishing so much of me. I am doing my very best. Don't you see that? I won't keep taking this from you. I want to have these special sandwiches tomorrow. Can you please make them for lunch? Having it for breakfast might be a little heavy. What are you saying? Do you not know about these sandwiches? They have a special kind of ham. Don't get the regular kind. If you go to the store today and buy a block, clean it and slice it up. Then tomorrow it'll be ready for lunch. If you want all that, then you should make it for yourself at home. You're really going to set a menu and have me make everything?
Until when are you both going to lay off of me? What? I said that and you're going to yell at me for it? Wow. Mom, are you hearing this? She's yelling at me right now.
Wow, she really is showing her true colors. Do you have no manners when it comes to speaking to people older than you? What did she say to have you yell at her like this?
I clearly said that I will no longer be taking your company. Did you not hear me? Despite everything that you've put on me, I've turned away from casting you out and just had to deal with it. You too haven't been understanding what I've been saying. I have been so emotionally exhausted from you both, but still chose to push that all down. But after seeing how this is playing out, I am not going to deal with this anymore. Have you known that your son is just not eating and leaving to go to work early?
What? Why has he not been eating with us?
You have been making him eat food that he can't eat, so he ended up throwing up at work and being taken to the hospital in an ambulance. They had to give him fluids, and he took the rest of the day off work. So did he just look past the food? No, he stopped eating and going into work. Even this morning, he looked at me and asked if we had any milk and cereal to eat before he went to work. But since you've been coming over and making me cook all this food for you, we didn't have anything that he wanted. So after I said we didn't have any of that, he asked for scrambled eggs, but didn't want to cook them himself. So he ended up going into work without having eaten anything.
So you've just been sending him off without feeding him? Are you proud of that? Why haven't you been giving him anything? How could you justify not feeding him anything? In all of his life, he has never missed breakfast. I've never seen him skip breakfast.
It's because you've been coming over for breakfast, and now you're asking to come over for lunch? I have never eaten whatever you have been wanting for breakfast. I don't eat what you eat. And on top of that, you want to do it twice for lunch?
I would never have guessed that from my Thelma. It is not my fault that Holland has been skipping breakfast. It's been your fault for forcing him to eat food that he doesn't want. You know that before you threw a wrench into our system, I had never skipped breakfast either. What? I have been rethinking a lot these days. Whether this type of life suits me or not, whether this is the kind of married life that I want to live. These kind of considerations, I even brought it up to Holland, asking him what we should do. I have been deliberating, cycling through options in my head, and I think I finally made my decision. What are you trying to say? I think I will just stop living here with Holland. I don't think I want to be married anymore. What do you mean? You want to drop out of the marriage? Do you think divorce is that easy? We just recently officially submitted the marriage documents, but we decided that if either of us wanted to back out of the marriage, then we would wait until we were for sure to submit anything official. Isn't this just great news? So that means I just have to pack my bags and then I can leave, right? What are you saying? Why are you talking about this? What do you think I mean? Of course, you could live with Holland again. I can arrange a quiet turnaround to have Holland pack his bags and move in with you. This house is registered within my family, so it is mine after all. When we were buying furniture, of course, we dipped a bit into Holland's money, so I can arrange a transfer of all that into Holland's bank account. You don't have to worry at all. As for the wedding ceremony and all those related costs, we can handle that on our own. You don't have to worry. So, do you think you could leave? I hope that you find a new daughter-in-law who would cook you everything you want and more. Holland, I am begging you to please do something about your mother and sister. I'm really at my breaking point, and I don't know how much longer I can take this. They're literally putting in orders for things they want me to buy and cook for them. Your sister sent me some weird-looking sandwich that has all these random ingredients in it. I have no idea where to even get half of this stuff. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, but I broke down and said I was going to move out of the house. I didn't mean it. I was just so stressed and it came out. I'm sorry.
No, I'm the one that should be apologizing. You're right. I'm sorry. I haven't been more vigilant with the two of them. How about this? This weekend, I'll invite them over. Sit them down and tell them to stop, or else I'm gonna disown them. I really hate to ask you this, but please, just tough it out for a few days. I don't think threatening them over text will have any effect. Unfortunately, we have to wait until we talk to them in person.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's the best chance we have. I swear to God, though, I'm really about to snap and go into a rampage. Look at this thing your sister told me to make for her. She saw it on social media and apparently it's some famous sandwich in Italy. I have no idea where I'm going to get any of the stuff that's in it.
Oh well, there's an Italian specialty store about 30 minutes away from here. You could try looking there. If there's anywhere that would have the ingredients, it would be there. I know it sucks, but I have a feeling it would be good to end on a high note by making her this one final special meal.
Okay, I'll try. I have no idea how it'll turn out, so I guess I'll spend the rest of the day glued to YouTube. Would you eat it if I made it extra? I gotta admit, for how annoying it's gonna be to make, it actually does look pretty good.
I have never had a single thing like this before, and I've never tried anything that's in the sandwich, but I guess I'll give it a shot.
Okay, if at the very least you'll be eating it, I guess it won't be a total waste of my time.
That's the spirit. Just hold out a little longer. I really am sorry for all of this. I should have been more supportive, and I should have listened to your feelings more.
What's most important is that you did before I had a serious breakdown. Thank you, Holland. I really appreciate it.
Wow, I can't believe you got all the ingredients for these sandwiches. Man, they look just like the ones I saw on Insta. I can't wait to post a picture of this. I'm gonna pretend like I'm in Italy to make all my friends jealous.
Yeah, I'm glad you're satisfied. You've done a great job, Becky. Where did you find all of these ingredients? I've never seen anything like this in the supermarket that we go to. I had to go to a specialty Italian supermarket a little while away from here. It was all pretty tough to find, especially this cheese that I needed. Well, they look great. Now for the most important part, let's have a taste test. Wow, delicious!
Yeah, Becky, these are even better than I imagined they would be. You're like a magician.
Thanks, guys. I really hope you like them. You must let my son try these as well. I already mentioned to him, and I saved an extra one for him, although I'm not really sure if he's going to like it or not. He's never eaten anything like this before.
Of course he's gonna like it. And when he does, make sure you don't take all the credit for it. Don't forget that I'm the one who introduced you to these sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll be sure to let him know that his dear sister was the one who turned me on to them. That is, if he likes them.
Of course he will. Man, with sandwiches these good, I can't stop here. I'll be putting in my next order with you in no time.
Oh, well, take your time. Becky, have you been able to get a hold of Holland? I've called and texted him, but for some reason he hasn't responded yet.
He's at the hospital right now in critical condition. No thanks to you and your daughter.
What? My son's at the hospital? What happened? It was all because I was forced into making those sandwiches for you and Amanda. Last night, when he got home from work, he had one, and immediately his throat closed up, broke out in hives. He was having an allergic reaction to one of the ingredients. I rushed him to the hospital, and luckily we made it there in time for the doctors to save his life. Later on, they told me he was allergic to the cheese I had to get for them. Of course, we didn't know this because we've never eaten anything like that before. In a way, I want to thank you because now we know to stay away from it, but when it comes down to it, this is all because of you and your daughter have made yourself way too comfortable with coming over to our house. How dare you blame me and Amanda for this? You're the one who made the sandwiches. You should be taking the blame for it. Yeah, I do feel responsible, but that doesn't cancel out why I made them. It was just another one of your orders that I've grown so sick of hearing every day. At first, I didn't want to be rude, and it was almost nice to have you over, but you took it way too far. I am not your private chef. I am your mother-in-law. I have every right to request what you make for me to eat, and I should be able to come into your house whenever I please. I don't know why you think that, but you're totally wrong. You need to learn boundaries. I don't want you coming over again. Holland was actually going to talk to you about all of this over the weekend, but now who knows when he'll be released from the hospital. My son would never go against me. I'm sorry, Becky, but you need to rethink your role in this family.
No, I don't think I do.
I've already given my warning, but I'll say it one more time to be clear. Do not come into my house again, especially uninvited. Becky, I'm in your kitchen and the fridge is stocked full of delicious-looking food. I hope you don't mind, but Amanda and I are going to be taking some with us.
Are you
kidding me? Did you not understand when I told you to stay the hell away from our house? Did you purposely wait until I wasn't home to sneak in? Well, we just so happened to be sitting in the car down the block listening to the radio and saw your car pull out of the driveway. We figured it would be better to let ourselves in since the whole allergic reaction incident is still fresh.
I'm reading this as we were stalking you and waiting for you to leave the house so we could sneak in.
My, you have quite the imagination. Think whatever you want, but you should thank me for having the courtesy of telling you we let ourselves in, and we'll be enjoying some of this wonderful-looking food you prepared.
Whatever, that's my parting gift to you because as of tomorrow, I'm changing all the locks and installing a security system with cameras. If you try and come in, I will not think twice to call the police and have you arrested.
Oh, how aggressive. Do what you like. Becky, what's with all this food you made? Has it been poisoned or something? Ever since Amanda and I ate it, we've been taking turns running in and out of the bathroom. My stomach is being destroyed right now.
Serves you right. This is what you get for not listening to me and being two greedy little pigs.
So you admit it? You've tampered with the food, haven't you?
You two are seriously so easy to predict. I knew this was coming, so I took special precaution for when you inevitably came back into my house. I think you better run to the store when you can and get some adult diapers, because this is probably going to last for a while.
What did you do to us? Are we going to die?
Unfortunately, you aren't going to die. All I did was slip a couple boxes and bottles of laxatives into that food I made. Since I know your preference so well after being forced to make so many meals for you, my plan was basically 100% success rate. Plus, I knew, being the little rats you are, you couldn't stay away no matter how many times I warned you.
What you did is a crime. I'm going to report you to the police.
What are you going to tell them? That you forcefully entered my house and stole my property that led to you crapping your pants? If you want to be laughed at, go ahead and be my guest. This serves you right. Honestly, what was going on in your head to make you think it was okay to go into my house when I wasn't there? If anything, I'm the one who should be going to the police.
I think I'm dying. My stomach hurts so much and I can't stop going to the bathroom.
Yeah, well, I put so much in there, I don't doubt it. Think of this as a payback for leading to Holland getting an allergic reaction. Although, in Holland's case, he was seriously in a bad spot. Speaking of which, I left my house earlier to go pick him up from the hospital. He finally got released today.
You're going to pay for this. I'm going to speak with my son right now and tell him to divorce you.
Oh, I'm sure he would love to talk with you. Go ahead and try.
Holland, do you have any idea what your wife did to us? She tried to kill us. She put some medicine in the food we ate. Now we can't stop going to the bathroom. I think we're seriously gonna die.
Oh, shut up, you old witch. I was the one who came up with that idea in the first place.
You did? Holland, why would you do such a thing?
Because I needed to stick up for my wife. We're both so sick of you and Amanda constantly forcing her to cook for you and being at the house 24/7. Do you have any idea how bad she felt after the whole sandwich thing? She cried her eyes out to me because I was in such bad shape. She felt responsible because she was the one who made the sandwiches, even though stupid Amanda was the one who had the idea. That's when I knew I had had enough. No one should ever make my wife that upset, even if it's my own family. I heard she warned you about not coming to the house again, but knowing you two, I knew you'd be back sooner or later. All you want to do is stuff your fat mouth with food. That's why we decided to teach you one final lesson.
Don't you think that's going a little too far? We could have died.
Are you kidding me? I'm the one that almost died, and it's all because Becky was too nice to tell both of you to shut up and stop ordering her around. If anyone is responsible for all of this, it's you and Amanda. Which is why I'm letting you know right now that we're done with you. We'll be selling our house soon and moving somewhere where neither of you will be able to find us.
No, please don't do that. I don't want to be far away from you. Plus, who is going to cook us breakfast from now on?
Now do it yourself. I can't believe that I'm telling a grown adult she has to make her own breakfast. When did that become something Becky was responsible for?
I'm coming to see you. As soon as I can walk 10 steps without having an emergency, that is.
Don't even think about coming near me. I have the cops on speed dial, and if I even catch a whiff of you coming close to here, I'll have you put in handcuffs.
You would do that to your own mother?
After everything that's happened, you better believe I would. Stay away from me and Becky. We never want to see you ever again.
Holland really was in a bad place with that allergic reaction. Luckily, the doctors were able to treat him in time, but we still have to be really careful from now on about what he eats. He was even given an injection to keep on him at all times in case he has another reaction like that. After Holland told off his mother, lo and behold, she tried to bum rush the house a few days later. Luckily for us, we already had the security cameras set up. We knew that she just couldn't stop herself from trying to get in, and we were ready. She actually charged through the locked door and broke through the locks. We immediately called the cops on her. She tried to run and then claimed she didn't do anything, but we had the footage to prove what she did. We had her arrested just to scare some sense into her, but ended up not pressing charges. We did, however, file a restraining order against her, so the next time she does something stupid like that, she'll be arrested, no questions asked. I'm really glad Holland eventually stood up for me. I'm sure it was an easy thing to do, knowing how abrasive and standoffish his mother can be. It would have definitely been the end of our marriage if he'd moved forward with trying to move us in with her. I can't think of anything that would be closer to actual hell than that. Oh well, the main takeaway I learned from all of this is that it's important to set boundaries right away and know when to say no, even if it's family. At least I got a few new recipes out of all this. Hey, Warren, do you think that you could help me clean up our garage tomorrow? It's getting really hectic in there, and I think it's going to take me all day to clean it by myself. I also think we should try to sell some of the things that we don't use anymore.
Tomorrow's my day off, so there is no way I'm doing that. I have better things to be doing. You can clean the garage by yourself if you want to do it.
It's my day off tomorrow too, but I'm still going to do it. It's something that needs to be done. We're running out of room in the house, so I think we could make better use of the garage. I'd love to move some of the large storage containers into the garage if possible. Please, would you just cooperate? We've been putting this off for months. The garage isn't going to clean itself, you know.
I don't see why I should be helping out with the cleaning, though. It's your job as a woman to do it. It never would have gotten to this point if you had been more useful and cleaned the garage from time to time. It's your mistake for letting it get to this stage. Do your job, woman, and don't ask me for help all the time.
What are you talking about? I basically never asked you for help. You never help even when I do ask you. I work a full-time job just like you do, you know? You can't expect me to do everything around the house. Also, you use the garage way more than me. I bet your responsibility for most of the mess is in there.
Oh, shut up and stop trying to pin the blame on me. Why don't you go start cleaning right now? Then you won't need me to help tomorrow.
You know I can't do that. I still have to prepare tonight's dinner. Maybe if you'd help out with some of the cooking or the housework, I'd have the time to clean the garage from time to time. I wish that you'd be at least a little more cooperative. If you're not doing anything tomorrow, then I want you to help me clean the garage.
Oh, well, that's just too bad. I just asked my friends to go drink with me. I won't be free tomorrow anymore. Also, you need to stop trying to rub your responsibilities onto me. You're the woman, so do the housework.
I can't believe you're actually saying that. Fine then. I'll just clean the garage myself tomorrow then. Lauren, I want to go to the grocery store to get some food. I think we need to buy some things as we're running out at home. Do you want to come with me? We haven't been out together in a while. I think it would be nice to spend some time outside together.
I don't really want to go out at all today, Sarah. It's the weekend, and I'd much rather stay home to watch TV. Do I really have to come with you? Can't you go alone? It's just the grocery store. Surely you can manage that by yourself?
Hey, don't be like that. It's gonna be fun to go out together. I also want to buy a lot, so it'd be nice if you were there to help carry everything.
You ate a lot at lunch today, so we don't have anything left in the fridge. We both know how much food we get through. Come on, let's just go together.
It's your job as the woman to do all the shopping and stuff. Please, just let me stay at home. I hate it when you pester me like this. Just let me stay home and watch TV. I'm in the middle of a great Netflix series. Just don't bother going today if you don't want to go by yourself.
We need to go today. We don't have anything to eat for dinner. Are you coming with me or not? If you don't want to, then just say no.
I told you I don't want to go. I think you go to the grocery store way too many times. Why are you always going there? Can't you be a little more efficient with your shopping? A good wife would never make mistakes like this. You still have a lot to learn.
What do you mean by that? I don't go there too many times. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like you go a couple of times a week. It's just a waste of time. Also, why go all the way to the green store? There's another shop just in front of our house. I think it's cheaper there. Why don't you just buy something there? I don't think we have enough money to go to the green store all of the time. I think you need to be more frugal.
The green store has just much better stock. I like to cook lots of different foods, so I need to go there. Would you please stop taking these weird jabs at me? I'm really trying to do my best doing the housework and going to work at the same time. I really wish that you'd help out from time to time. We both work the same amount, after all. Coming to the grocery store with me would be a good start.
I make more money than you, so your point doesn't really stand. You need to do the housework to make up for the difference. I also think that you go to the grocery store too often and spend too much. You need to budget more.
Why are you being like this all of a sudden? Did I do something to annoy you or something? You're being such a brat.
I just think you should stop spending so much, considering that you don't earn that much. I'm the one putting most of the money on the table. Stop going to the green store. That place is expensive. Go to the cheap shops that are nearby and get stuff there.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree with any of this. I still contribute a fair amount to our living expenses. You make me do all the housework as well. I should at least get to choose where I buy my ingredients from. If you didn't eat so much, then I wouldn't have to keep going back to the shops to buy more food anyway.
Stop making excuses. There's no need for us to go to the grocery store so often. Now just leave me alone.
Oh, this is such a stupid thing to be arguing about. Why don't you go do the grocery shopping if you seem to know so much about it?
I think you need to change your attitude towards me. You need to show me more respect. Anyway, I just don't care about this anymore. Leave me alone. It's my precious day off. I want some time to myself.
You're being ridiculous. It's my day off too, you know. I'd love to stay at home watching TV too, but it's not possible. We need to go grocery shopping or we won't be eating anything for the next few days. So, are you coming or not? I really could do with some help.
Oh, Sarah, you absolute idiot. Why did you buy so many things? It also seems like you went to the green store. I thought that I told you not to go there. Why won't you ever listen to me? Why did you buy all this toilet roll?
Well, you didn't seem to want to come with me, so I went to the store I wanted to shop at. Maybe you should come along next time if you want to have a say in where we go.
Answer my question. Why buy toilet roll? You just bought some on Amazon a little while ago. That should be more than enough. I really don't understand why you've bought even more. This is the expensive brand too.
Well, it's going to take a few days for it to arrive from Amazon. There's only one roll left and I didn't want to run out. That's why I bought a little extra today. Also, who cares if we have toilet paper stocked up? We're going to use it eventually.
Why didn't you think about this in advance then? You could have ordered them a while ago and they would have got here by now. I really wish that you would just think about these things. This is why you're so incapable. If you keep on wasting my money like this, we're not going to have any savings at all. From now on, you should order them in bulk online. That's going to save some money. Also, no more expensive brands.
Can you calm down? It's just toilet paper, for God's sake. I can't believe that your anger tolerance is this low. Look, I'm tired from grocery shopping by myself. I still have to make dinner after this. You've just been watching TV all day. Would you just leave me alone and let me start cooking?
Oh, so now you're trying to blame this on me then? You're the one that's causing trouble. What about all the money that you're wasting when you do this kind of thing? Don't you think that what I'm saying is important?
I just didn't want the toilet paper to run out. I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of it. It's really nothing special.
I make most of the money in this house, so I get to decide on these kinds of things. It seems like you don't care about my opinion at all.
I had a long list of things that I needed to buy, so I just picked up the first set of toilet paper that I saw. Come grocery shopping with me next time if you want to choose what you want to buy.
You're so useless that you can't even go grocery shopping by yourself. I'll let you off this time, but next time I want you to order the toilet paper online. I don't want you to waste any more money like this. I also don't like that you keep going to the green store. That place is expensive because of all of that organic stuff that they sell.
What has gotten into you recently? Why are you being like this all the time? Are you stressed out or something? It's really starting to annoy me. You do things wrong too. You waste money all the time on your hobbies. If we're gonna be more frugal, you have a lot to work on. You often buy a ton of food and drinks that you don't even finish. Now that's a waste of money.
I'm wasting my own money, not someone else's money. There's a big difference. I make most of the money in our house, so I should be allowed to waste some. You go grocery shopping with our living expenses that I pay the majority of. That's why I'm getting angry at you.
We basically split the living expenses in half. What you're doing is a bigger problem. You're always leaving food and not eating it at all. It's a waste, but I never moan about it like you're doing to me right now. All these half-open energy drinks and half-eaten fast food bags are a waste.
It's my money and I'll do whatever the hell I want. I don't think you're in a very good position to be questioning me over these things. You should know how much money I make. You need to go find a better paying job if you want to have a say in these kinds of things.
You're being ridiculous now. The reason why you're able to focus on work is because I do all the housework to support you. I'm sure I could be earning a little more if I didn't have to do the housework.
I doubt that's true at all. Anyway, you're the woman. You basically have an obligation to do the housework. You don't earn that much money, so you need to be more frugal.
Why do you keep bringing that up? You're being completely sexist. I wish you'd offer to do half the housework.
Does it hurt you to hear that? It hurts because we both know that I'm telling the truth. I am tired of this already. I'm gonna get back to watching my show. You go and make dinner right now. I'm starting to get really hungry.
What the hell is wrong with you? You're just gonna run away like this? Unbelievable. Hey, Mom, I've almost arrived at your place.
Oh, Sarah, you've got here at long last. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Are you walking here?
Yeah, I got the bus to the nearest stop and I'm walking the rest of the way.
You should have got a taxi. It's so cold out there. It must be freezing for you if you're walking all the way from the bus stop.
That would be a little expensive. I'm totally fine walking. You know, I've always liked being outside. It's actually pretty refreshing getting some fresh air like this. I'm almost there.
I still think you should get a taxi here. I wouldn't want you catching a cold. Warren is always boasting about how much money he makes. He should be able to pay for you. I'm sure that he wouldn't want you to get a cold either.
Actually, he would want me to walk. We don't want to spend too much money on things we don't need. I think that he wants me to be more frugal from now on. There's no point in spending all that money on a taxi when you can easily walk over to your house. So, yeah, I've been trying to be a little more frugal this week. You should give me some tips if you have any.
Oh, that's good to hear. I'll send over a list of things that I do later on then.
Okay, great. I'm outside now. What's that smell? Have you been baking again? It smells like some banana bread. Oh, I'm actually starting to salivate right now.
Can you smell it from out there? I was making some because I knew you were coming over. You can eat some right now and take the rest home. I made the same type of bread as last time. I know you really like that.
That's really nice of you, Mom. I would love to take some home with me. You're the best. You always know what I want.
Okay, I'll get it wrapped up then. Are you gonna get a taxi back home? It might be a little big to take home with your hand.
I don't need to get a taxi home. Don't worry about me. I can walk to the bus stop and then get the bus from there. It's really not far to the bus stop. I always carry around large grocery bags all the time. I'm really not that cold either, so I don't mind doing it.
But it's really cold and icy out there. If you fall over, then you might get hurt. I'd much prefer it if you got a taxi home. That would put my mind at ease.
No, it's okay, Mom. I'll walk back to the bus stop. If anything, we can decide when I leave. I'm starving, so I'm gonna tuck in first.
Okay, we can talk about it later then. If anything, I'll give you money for the taxi back. Anyway, come in. It's been a while since we got to talk. I have lots of things I want to ask you.
Sarah, can you give me some more money, please? I need some more allowance this month.
Why do you need more money? It's not even halfway through the month. What did you spend it all on?
I just used it all, so I need some more. I shouldn't have to tell you what I spent it on. Can you just give me some, please?
I think you already get more than enough of your allowance. You get double what I do. I thought we had a plan about how much we were going to spend on luxuries each month. We're gonna save up, right? I thought that was going to be enough for you. What could you possibly need more money for?
There are a lot of things I have to do, so it can't be helped. There is also work events that I have to go to socialize. I can't help it if I've already spent the money. Just give me a little more for this month.
I think I gave you some extra money 4 days ago, too. Is it really gone already?
It's all gone already. I just had some unexpected expenses this month. This is why I shouldn't have put you in charge of the finances.
But you've already used all your monthly allowance. I don't think you should be using any more as we decided on these amounts together. You need to learn to spend less.
Look, I have to buy drinks for the guys at work. It's part of creating good relationships. There is nothing I can do to get out of it. That's why I'm out of money already. If I don't do that, then my career might suffer. I really need to make sure that I'm on good terms with my superiors. We all went out the other day, and I spent a lot of money on drinks. The boss's birthday was also this month. That's why I had to spend money buying him a gift. It's not like I wanted to spend all this money.
Are you trying to tell me that you spent all the money on alcohol for your friends? Now you want more money so you can go drinking with your buddies? You spent a lot of money on alcohol last month too. I saw your credit card bill. Why don't you just stop going? Or at least cut down on the amount you drink?
I told you that it's all part of building a good connection with my coworkers. Are you going to give me some money or not? If not, I'll just have to forcefully get it.
No, you've used up your allowance for this month. In fact, you've basically used up your monthly salary already. I'd have to give you money out of my salary at this rate.
Well, just give me some money from your salary then. It's not that much money, and you don't really go out anyway. You can just stay at home this month and relax.
I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't want to give all my money to you. We're trying to save for our future, remember? I understand that you need to spend money at these work gatherings, but I still don't want you spending all my money on alcohol.
So, what am I gonna do then? What's gonna happen next time the boys from work wanna go out?
You'll just have to spend less. You can't waste it all on drinking. You might just have to tell your friends at work that you can't afford to treat them to alcohol from now on. I'm sure they'll understand that. Remember that we're trying to live frugally from now?
Oh, this is really annoying for me. Why don't you just give me some money when I ask for it? I really need it.
I'm sorry, but I can't give you any. We need to be more disciplined about this.
Oh, just shut up. You're the one wasting money at the expensive grocery store. You even got a taxi back from your parents' place the other day. I know about that, you know? You're the one that needs to be more frugal. Just hand over the money.
My mom was the one that paid for the taxi. I took the bus and walked on the way there anyway. I don't even overspend at the grocery store. It's a necessity for us to be able to eat every day. I also stay within our living expense budgets, so you really need to be quiet.
Yo, just shut up and give me the money. I only need a little. This is the last time that I'll ask you for extra.
Promise it's gonna be the last time? I could maybe give you $80 or something like that. But you have to promise me that you won't just go and waste it all. Spend it wisely.
Can't you give me closer to $400? That would be a little bit more realistic.
400? Why do you need that much to go out to drink? What are you going to do with it?
I'm planning a night out with my coworkers. We might play a few games of pool and then go out and eat something nice. It might be a bit expensive. I don't think that $80 is going to be enough, so you best give me more to be on the safe side. It would be really embarrassing if I ran out of money in front of my boss. This will be the last time.
Promise it's the last time. I'll give you $350 that I had in my purse then.
Okay, thanks.
Warren, did you get paid this month? The money hasn't been sent to her bank account yet. It usually arrives a couple of days before the end of the month. I paid the bills for this month, but I didn't see any payment from your work. What happened? Did they forget to pay you this month, or is it just going to be a bit late? I think you might need to mention it to them. They seem to have made a mistake.
Why are you paying so much attention to this? You really shouldn't be asking me something like this. I have no obligation to tell you anything.
I just wanted to double check with you. There's no need to get so defensive about it. You seem to be a bit more sensitive over money these days. I wonder why.
There's no reason. Stop trying to step your foot in my business anyway. I decided that I no longer want my salary being sent into our joint account. I'm gonna get my salary sent to my personal account so that I can control my own money.
Why are you doing that without even telling me about it? I thought we agreed that we'd both get our salaries put into our joint savings account. That way I could control our living expenses and finances every month. You said that you couldn't be bothered to manage our finances.
I've changed my mind. I'm gonna manage my own money from now on.
Oh, so you want to do it that way then? You want to manage it yourself? Fine, but at least discuss it with me first. If that's what you want, then it's okay with me, but we do need to pool some money to pay for the bills. You've got to give me a portion of your salary monthly to pay for our living expenses.
I don't know if I even want to do that anymore. I work really hard to earn that money, so it's only fair that it goes into my account and then I do what I want with it. I don't want to go in through the joint account anymore. I don't want to have to ask you for more money. You are way too protective of my money. I hate the fact that I can't get any extra allowance.
Well, you can't just not pay the living expenses. That wouldn't be fair at all. We'll decide on an amount that we both pay toward our expenses every month. Is that fair?
Okay, fine. We'll do that then. I think that we should pay half of the living costs each. That's the way that it's done these days. You'll have to pay a bit more than you did in the past. I think it's only fair that you pay as much as me. I felt like it was unfair that I had to keep paying more.
Wait, but you earn a lot more than me. I also do all the housework. I feel like it wouldn't exactly be fair if we contributed the same amount of money. You know, most women my age don't even work. They become a housewife and leave the husband to earn all the money.
It's not my fault that you earn less than me. I don't see why I should have to pay more. You should pay the same amount as me. That's only fair. I don't want to be the only one earning money around here either. Maybe you could go out and get a second job. That way you would earn closer to what I earn. It might be a bit stressful, but it would be a good way to even things up.
You don't seem to understand that doing the housework is very draining. It's basically like working a full-time job. I think that the way we were doing it till now is actually best. Do we really have to change what was working?
It wasn't working at all. I couldn't get money when I needed it. The days of a man paying more money are gone. The woman has to pay the same as the man does. It's gender equality. That's what everyone talks about these days.
Well, if you want gender equality, then you should be doing half the housework. If you do, then I'd be happy to pay half the living costs. That would be fair. I also worry that you might spend a lot of money on alcohol if I let you be in control of your money. Maybe it would be better if I managed the money, and that way you don't waste it on drinking. I'm also pretty good at budgeting our expenses and splitting it in a fair way.
I'm not gonna waste my money. I'm gonna manage it myself. I can do that. I'm definitely not going to do any of the housework, though. That's a woman's job.
That's not gender equality at all. We're gonna have to talk this out as it seems to be pretty unfair on me. If you're going to insist on getting your salary sent to your own account, then I suppose I'll just have to accept it. However, there are gonna be compromises for you.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to accept it. Things are gonna be a lot fairer from now on around here. I can't wait for our new relationship style to begin. We both contribute equally, and I get to manage my own money.
Well, you better start contributing to a bit of the housework at least. If you can do that, then I agree. We should pay equal amounts toward the living costs. If you really want this, then that's what we'll have to do. I can't believe you're being so petty, but I can't stop you either. If you really want an equal marriage, then that's what you'll get. But don't be unhappy if things don't work out how you wanted them to.
What do you mean by that? This is obviously the best way for us to move forward. I really don't understand what your problem with it seems to be.
You want everything to be half and half, right? That's what you'll get.
Sarah, why has my shirt not been washed or ironed? I really need it for work today, and it's your job to do it. You know how important it is for me to look good at work. How could you forget to do this? How dare you forget to do this? Now I have to go into work wearing unwashed clothes.
Oh, the shirt? Sorry, I guess it must have slipped my mind. I can't spend as much time doing the housework as it wouldn't be fair if I did absolutely everything. Is it really that important, though? I don't think it really matters what you look like at work. It certainly won't matter once you go out drinking with all your friends. After a few drinks, no one will care about your shirt.
Are you trying to be funny here? This really isn't the time to be making jokes. What am I gonna do now that my clothes aren't ready? What will my boss think of this? I need a clean shirt to wear today. It's an important day. I can't go to work looking like this.
If it's such an important day, then why did you leave the task to me? You should have done it yourself. I am no longer responsible for all of the housework. You're the one that chose this. If you want to force me to pay half of her living costs, that's fine, but that means I need to work more. I can't be doing everything around the house now.
What did you just say? I didn't agree to any of this. The housework is the woman's job.
You said that you wanted this marriage to be more equal. If it's going to be more equal, then I won't be doing your laundry all the time. In fact, you can just do it all yourself. I will do my stuff and you can do your own stuff, and then that should be completely fair. Isn't this what you wanted? You wanted our marriage to be more equal, correct?
Is this a joke? Oh, please tell me it's a joke. You're not going to be this pathetic, are you? This is not what I wanted at all.
I am not playing any games with you at all. You told me that you wanted the marriage to be more equal. You said that it was really common these days. You earn for yourself and I'll earn for myself. We both pay an equal amount toward the living expenses. I presumed that it also would apply to housework. We do everything in turns, or you just do your own stuff. Why should I wash and iron your clothes? Doing the housework is basically the same as working. I'm just going along with what you wanted.
Wait, but you're the woman in the marriage. It's your job to do these things. I don't want to do it.
Who actually believes that these days? Those days are over. You're the one that started this conversation in the first place. Why should I do it all? You said yourself that you didn't agree with that kind of thing. You want to go back to before just because I didn't iron your clothes? What happened to all the equality stuff you were demanding from me last month? If we're going to pay an equal amount toward our living costs, then I expect you to share the housework with me. I made this very clear to you. Why do you not understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, if you're going to do this to me today, then you should have told me. I thought you were going to iron my stuff, so I didn't do it myself. Now I am in real trouble, and it's all because of you.
We talked about this last month. I don't know why you're getting so angry at me. Equality is what you wanted.
Wow, I never expected you to swoop this low. I'm just disappointed and mad.
I think from now on, you'll have to remember to do your own washing and ironing. I won't be doing it for you anymore. Don't worry. I know you can do it. I think you'd be really good at ironing.
Are you seriously gonna mock me about it now? You better not be serious about this.
Why would I not be serious? I will wash and iron the things that I wear. You can wash and iron the things that you wear. I think it's quite easy to understand. Don't like the idea? You're the one that suggested that we have a relationship like this. I don't know why you're acting so surprised about this.
How the hell am I meant to do all that housework when I work a full-time job? This isn't fair at all.
You're just going to have to accept it. Maybe you can understand how I felt. I used to do all the housework in this house while working a job. It's actually been a really nice change for me. Doing my own housework really doesn't take much time. I get more free time to myself and I get to focus on work more.
I'm back home. I just about managed to get by today. I managed to hide my dirty shirt under my suit and no one seemed to notice. But I really don't want this kind of thing happening again. It might have a negative impact on my career. I really wish you didn't start being so stubborn all of a sudden. This is not the kind of change that I was looking for. I just wanted to be able to control my own money and pay an equal amount towards the living expenses. I didn't want to be given all these extra chores to do at home. Wait, have you already eaten dinner? Where's mine?
Yeah, I ate my dinner already. Why should I have to worry about your dinner? Have you not eaten yet yourself? If you're hungry, then you can go and make something from the fridge. I was kind enough to stock up on your groceries as well. From now on, we're going to be eating our own meals, by the way. It's only fair that we split up the amount of cooking that we do. You can cook something for yourself, and I will cook something for myself. Also, make sure to do the dishes yourself, too. I hate having a dirty sink. It really annoys me. I know you're going to be happy about this. It's just the kind of marriage that you wanted, right? Completely equal.
You better be joking about this. There's absolutely no way that this is okay at all. Are you gonna be like this with everything from now on? I wish you weren't so damn childish.
You said that you wanted us to be equal, right? You're forcing me to pay for half the living expenses, so I'm asking you to do half the housework in return. You wanted it to be half and half. You wanted it to be more equal. It's only fair. I really don't understand why you can't accept this now. You're the one who suggested it.
I was only talking about the money. I wasn't talking about everything else. I just wanted us to share the financial responsibilities evenly. I wanted you to keep doing all the housework. You really don't have to be so stupid about everything. I came back tired from work, so you should have had dinner prepared for me. That's a given.
You can make your own food from now on because I am not going to be making any food for you. I think that this will be nice for us, though. We can both cook and eat whatever we want to eat. We won't have to worry about each other's preferences. Also, you will have to go shopping for your own food. I'm not going to do that for you either. I was being kind by doing grocery shopping for the both of us today. This is the last time. I know you'll be able to find time after work to go to the shops and buy some food. It won't be too much for you to do because I managed to do it.
Really? You're gonna be like this, even with the groceries? Don't be ridiculous. You better start doing all the housework immediately.
I'm just doing what you're doing to me. You can't have the best of both worlds. If you don't want to do any of the housework, then you should be at least paying for a larger majority of our living costs. If you want me to be paying half, then I need to work more too. I can't be doing everything around the house.
I didn't want it to be like this at all. This is not what I had in mind. I didn't mean that everything had to be separated out like this. Oh, you're being super difficult. This is just so damn frustrating.
Well, you only have yourself to blame. I had to start cooking before it gets too late.
Sarah, answer me right now. What is going on?
Oh, hey, Julie. How are you? What do you need from me today?
Stop pretending that you don't know what I'm talking about. You know what this is about. Did I not tell you that I was going on vacation with some of my friends?
Yes, I did know about that. It doesn't really have anything to do with me, though, right?
Well, you didn't send me my financial support for this month. Why has it not been deposited? I really need money for this vacation, so I want you to send it over right now.
Well, first of all, you should be using your own money if you're going on vacation. We only sent you financial support because you claimed you couldn't pay the bills. Also, me and Warren have decided to be in control of our own money from now on. You should go and ask him for financial support from now on, as he's your son. Also, I thought that I already told you about this. I no longer control the finances for us. That's why I won't be the one sending over any money to you.
Wait, I don't remember you telling me about this. I thought you were in charge of all the money. Why do I have to ask Warren for money from now on?
You need to learn to listen a little more. I called you about this a while ago. Warren said that he wanted a more equal marriage. He wanted us to be in charge of our own money and just pay half our living expenses each. So he's going to be in charge of his own money from now on. You're his mom, so you'll have to ask him when you need some money. I have no obligation to give you any of my money that I earn.
What are you guys doing? That doesn't sound like a good idea at all. I've never even heard of such a marriage.
He told me that he didn't want to be doing all the finances. He said he wanted to spend his salary how he wanted. We'd been paying our earnings into a shared account, but he doesn't want to do that now.
Wait, but I don't think he's very good at managing his own money. Maybe you should do it for him. He's always been a stupid spender.
I thought that would be the best thing to do as well, but he didn't want to do it. He insisted that I was being unfair with the money. I was even giving him double the amount of money in allowances compared to myself.
How could he be spending that much money, though?
Well, he seems to spend a lot of money drinking with his coworkers. I really don't know, to be honest, though. I feel like he's hiding things from me recently.
When did this happen? Why did he change like this? I was kinda dependent on you guys for the money.
I don't really know why he changed. I thought things were going very well between us. Anyway, from now on, if you want some money, you'll have to go and talk to him. We have this new arrangement, so it means that we look after our own parents. I look after my parents, and he takes care of you from now on.
Really? Is this what he wanted? It seems kind of ridiculous to me, if I'm being totally honest with you.
Yeah, he's the one that wanted this. Also, I should tell you that I can't come over to your house this weekend. I had something a little more urgent come up that I need to prioritize.
Wait, but it was going to be an event for the whole family. Why aren't you coming?
My mom has to go to hospital for a checkup, so I'm going there to be with her.
Can't she go on her own? Does she really need you to go with her? It's just a hospital checkup, right?
She's starting to get old, and I know it'll be easier for her if I go with. As I said, we have to look after our parents from now on. If I was with you when my mom was in hospital, it just wouldn't feel right.
Well, can't she just go in on a different day? If you phone the hospital, then they might be able to change the date.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that's going to be possible.
Warren, what is going on? I just heard some weird arrangements that you and Sarah made. I didn't even get paid my monthly financial support.
Hi, Mom. What do you mean by that? I'm a bit busy now, so I don't really have time to talk.
Well, you need to make time to talk. What is going on with you and your wife? What's got into her head?
What did she say to you exactly?
Well, she's being a pain. She was saying that you guys are trying to have a completely equal marriage from now on or something. I heard you guys are being responsible for your own finances from now on.
Well, that was the plan, but not everything is going smoothly as of now.
Well, she refused to even send me any money for this month. I need the money to go on vacation with my friends. Did you even agree to all this nonsense?
Well, I was the one that started off saying that we should be in control of our own money.
Well, how does that lead to all this, though? Well, I wanted her to give me some money for my vacation, but she didn't send me any. In the past, she always sent me some money for when I went on vacation, but this time, she didn't. I asked her why, and she said it was no longer her responsibility to send me money. She told me that the two of you changed your minds, and now I'd have to ask you for money. I now might have to ask my friends to help me pay for my vacation. Do you not realize how humiliating that is for me?
Yeah, that would be very humiliating. I'm sorry about this, Mom.
I want you to fix things with her as soon as possible. I need you to send me some money for this month, too.
I don't think that I can do that. I don't really have the extra money free to be able to give you.
Wait, but that's not what she told me. She said she's gonna look after her parents and you're gonna look after yours. I'm in need of money right now, so you should be able to send me some.
I can't do that, but I will try to talk to her about all of this. I really don't know what's wrong with her these days. She started to act like this ever since I asked to be in control of my own finances. Gosh, I don't know what to do.
She even said that she's not coming to my house this weekend. She said she couldn't attend. Can you believe that? She's not even coming to family events now.
Wait, what? She really said she's not coming? I haven't heard about this at all. Did she say why?
She told me that she's going to the hospital with her mother. She said her mother needs to have a health test. I told her she didn't have to go, but she insisted that she really needed to go for some reason. She said that she has to look after her mom as part of the new marriage arrangement.
Oh, really? Thanks for letting me know. I think I should talk to her about it. She's taken what I said way too literally. It's really getting on my nerves recently.
You should do. You should go and talk to her and make her see sense. I don't think she needs to be like this. I think she needs to grow up a little bit and start being more cooperative.
I agree completely. I'll go solve this right now. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? Why do you have to be like this? When are you gonna let it go? I can't believe that you talked to my mom like that.
What are you talking to me about all of a sudden? You're not making any sense.
I spoke with my mom and she told me about what you said. You told her that from now on, we have to look after our own parents. You said you wouldn't have to care about my mom. You didn't even send her the financial support for this month.
Is there anything wrong with that, though? I don't see why I should have to send her financial support out of my money. She's your mom, after all. You said you wanted an equal and balanced marriage. That's what you're getting. I'm going to look after my parents, and you can look after yours. It's the fairest solution we have. I need to save money for my mom's hospital bills, so I can't afford to spend anything on your mom. I also don't have the time to come to family events anymore. I've got other things to do.
Do you really have to be like this? I think you're being a bit childish. All I asked was for you to pay half of the living expenses and let me be in control of my own money. I didn't ask for all this added nonsense. I wish that you just go back to doing all the housework and helping out my mom.
Why should I have to do either of that if I'm paying my half of the living expenses? I need to pay for my mom's medical bills. I have to be really careful with my money from now on. I don't make as much as you, but I still have to put all the same amount of money into the living expenses after all.
Well, you can't just look after your own parents. I'm a man and I have a full-time job. I don't have the time to be doing all of this added stuff. I think you're being a bit stupid here. You need to think about other people in this family and not just yourself.
Well, I'm working a full-time job too. I also contribute the same amount of money as you. Why should I have to do so much extra work compared to you? I think you're more than capable of looking after your mom. I don't think you need my help.
I'm just saying that it's not my job. The housewife is meant to do all this stuff.
Well, a housewife isn't what I am. I work a full-time job. We need to share the responsibilities. We should just mind our own business and take care of our own family and finances. I don't want to interfere with your life with your mom. You can sort it out yourself.
I am getting really tired of this. I don't want to argue with you about it anymore. I want to see you at my mom's house this weekend. You have to attend. It's not a choice. You also have to send her the financial support. That's your job.
I don't want to be there. Please don't try to force me to go. I also don't have any obligation to be paying for your mom's financial support.
You are really starting to push it. I don't know how much I can take of this anymore. Just do as I say and come to my mom's place.
Well, you're the one that wanted this. I don't see why I should go to your mom's place this weekend either. I've got other things to do. Can't you get on without me? Can't you have a nice time at your mom's house without me being there?
When I was talking about having a more equal marriage, I was only talking about spending money. I wasn't talking about each other's parents and all the housework. I don't know why you have to take it so far. It's pathetic.
You wanted an even marriage, and now this is what you've got. I don't know what your problem is. If you want me to keep doing everything around the house, then you need to make some compromises. Paying for a larger majority of the living expenses was the trade-off we had. In fact, you should consider yourself lucky that I was chipping in a fairly large amount into her living expenses. Most housewives don't even work.
Oh my god! Please stop trying to make yourself sound correct.
I am not trying to make myself sound correct. I'm just giving a valid reason as to why I'm reacting this way.
I am just done with you. Get out of my house. We're getting a divorce. This is my house. If you want to live here, then you have to be nice to me and listen to what I say. If you're gonna be like this, then you need to find somewhere else to live.
Oh, so that's how you're gonna react. So predictable. You're just gonna kick me out now that I've disagreed with you? I'm actually fine with this. I'll be happy to leave.
Oh, just hurry up and get out. If you're gonna be so childish, then I don't want you living here. You can find somewhere else to live. I'll go ahead and find a wife that's more understanding.
Wow, you really crossed a line by saying that. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go and live with my parents. I'm so done with you. You're gonna be so screwed living by yourself from now on.
I'm gonna be much better off without you around, that's for sure.
Sarah, are you there? I need to talk to you.
What is it, Julie? Have you not heard about the news from Warren? He kicked me out, and we're probably gonna get a divorce. You're no longer gonna be my mother-in-law.
That's not important right now. He's been in an accident and I don't know what to do.
Well, what did he manage to do? I thought he said that he can look after himself from now on.
He had an accident yesterday. He was really drunk when after going out and he fell down a flight of stairs. He's really hurt himself and he's got cuts all over his face. It's really terrible. He never used to drink like this. I saw him in hospital and I've never seen him look so down and depressed.
Wait, what? That is such an idiotic thing to do. I can't believe he drank that much. It really doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I thought this type of thing would happen one day. He was spending a lot of money on alcohol in the past few months. That was the reason why he wanted to start taking care of his own money, too. I was trying to do my best by limiting his spendings.
Oh, God, this is all just so terrible.
Is it really that bad? How bad is it?
The doctor told me that there might be some permanent scars. I went to the hospital to see him and it was a real shock to me. I was so upset.
Is he in the hospital now? Maybe I should come and see him too.
Yes, you should. He's here in the hospital now. Come here as soon as you can to see him. He's saying that you should come immediately.
Well, it was his own fault because he drank too much alcohol. I don't see why I should change my schedule to suit him. It doesn't sound too serious, so maybe I'll come and see him tomorrow. I don't think he needs me to be there today.
He's your husband. You have to come and see him as soon as you can.
It's too early in the morning now. I'm going to go back to bed. Tell him I'll come see him tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be fine until then. He's a big boy. He can look after himself.
You're just unbelievable. I have no idea why he even chose to get married to you at all.
Sarah, are you there? Are you really not gonna come see how I'm doing?
Oh, hey Warren. I heard that you had a nasty fall from your mom. How are you doing? I told her to pass on a message that I might be able to come see you tomorrow.
I'm okay now. It's not too bad. I'm a little annoyed that you didn't come visit me, though.
Well, you kicked me out and we're getting a divorce, so I don't really have the obligation to have to come to see you. So what happened, by the way? You got drunk and then fell over? That's a bit stupid of you, isn't it? A lot of bad things can happen when you get drunk. I just wish you didn't drink so much. Did you pay for the medical bills? Is going to be a lot of money?
I can't help it. I need a drink to maintain a good relationship with my coworkers. I haven't paid for the hospital bills yet. Unfortunately, they had to call the ambulance, so it's a pretty ridiculous amount that I won't be able to pay.
Well, this should be a good lesson for you to be careful not to get too drunk from now on. Are you going to get in trouble with the police over this? This all happened in a public place, right?
I don't think the police are going to do anything about it. I didn't hurt anyone but myself. I'm the only person who's been affected by this, so there's no reason for the police to charge me. The biggest problem is going to be the hospital bill. I just have no idea how I'm going to afford this.
Well, you're just gonna have to pay it. There's no way out. You do have savings, right? I know you keep saying you have no money, but you don't literally mean that, do you? I know that you earn a pretty decent salary. Even I'm able to make savings with my salary, so it shouldn't be a problem for you, right?
When I say I don't have the money, I really mean it. I barely have $200 left in my bank account. The medical bill is $12,000. Do you think you can help me out here? Could you give me some money towards the bills? That's the reason why I wanted you to come here today. I need you to pay for it all.
Wait, you're not serious about what you just said, are you? There is absolutely no way I am paying for any of this. You got yourself drunk and into this mess. Also, you kicked me out just the other day. We're getting a divorce, so we're not gonna have anything to do with each other anyway. Figure this out yourself.
I've already spent a lot of money this month, and my salary isn't going to cover this. I asked my mom, but she doesn't have that much money either. I was really hoping that you could help me out here. I could give you the money back at a later date. I just need to borrow it for now. It's an emergency, and I really need you to help me out.
I still remember how you used to boast about how you earn more money than me. Now you want me to give you some money to pay for your hospital bills? Why should I do that?
Okay, I'm sorry if I said something like that in the past. Things have changed, though. I really need you to help me out. I'm desperate.
I don't see why I should. Recently, I've been thinking about our marriage, and I've started to realize just how terribly you treated me the entire time. I'm actually happy that I'm able to part ways with you. You really took me for granted, didn't you? I'm glad that you asked to take care of your own finances, to be honest. It gave me an opportunity to realize just how oppressed I was. I was working a full-time job while doing all the housework and taking care of your family.
Please, you don't need to prove a point like this right now. I just need you to help pay the hospital bills. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Just stop asking me that. I already gave you my answer. You earn more money than me, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. Also, don't expect me to come see you anymore. I felt a little sorry for you until you mentioned that you only wanted me to come pay your hospital bills. In fact, don't expect to ever see me again. We can hire a lawyer to sort out our divorce for us.
Wait, hold on just a moment. You can't just leave me like this here. We're still married. I also take back what I said to you the other day. We should stay married. Let's also go back to the old days. You can take control of our finances again. It was better that way.
There is no way we're going back to the old days. You allowed me to realize just how unfair those living conditions were. I also lost all feelings that I had for you. There's no recovering from that. We're gonna go our separate ways from now on.
This just isn't fair at all. You need to at least pay for my medical bills then. If I don't get some more treatment, then I'm gonna have a scar for the rest of my life. Do you really want that to happen?
I don't need to do anything. Stop making everything sound like an obligation. Why should I care about the scar? It's your face, not mine. Why would it bother me?
If I don't pay the money now, then it's gonna be permanent damage for me. You really need to help me out here. Please, I'm begging you.
I don't think I can afford to help you out. I don't earn as much as you do, don't you remember that? I also have a lot of other things I need to spend money on. I'm not spending a single dollar on you. You earn a lot more than me, so you should be able to pay it for yourself. You wanted a marriage that was more equal, and you have always boasted about how much money you make. I'm not going to help you now. You only have yourself to blame for the situation that you're in.
How can you be so cruel to me in my hour of need? We are husband and wife, and we have a duty to look after each other.
Oh, it's hopeless talking to you, isn't it? I told you that we're getting a divorce. I really have no idea why I ever got married to a guy like you. I'm gonna move on with life, as I know that I deserve better than you. Goodbye forever, Warren.
Wait, no, don't actually leave me. I didn't want any of this to happen.
After being kicked out by Warren, I took a long time reflecting on our marriage and my life. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was in a bad marriage. I used to do all the housework, took care of our finances, and took care of his family while also working a full-time job. I can't believe Warren tried to take further advantage by asking me to pay half of our living expenses. I'm really glad that I'm going to be able to get a divorce from him now. I think I'm going to live with my mom for a while and save up money for myself. I should be able to save up a decent amount now that I don't have so many expenses like I did when I was with Warren. I've decided that I want to pursue my childhood dream of opening a bakery. My plan is to try open within the next 5 years. Now that I don't have so much on my plate, I'm going to use my free time to study and start preparing myself to open my dream bakery. I never ended up speaking to Warren ever again. However, I did hear rumors about what happened to him afterward. He was only able to pay the bare minimum of his medical bill, so he was unable to get any further surgeries or checkups. The cuts he had on his face ended up getting infected and started opening up. Apparently, he looked like a real-life zombie, and even his mom was scared to see him. Unfortunately, Warren kept on refusing to go to the hospital as he didn't have the money to pay for surgery. His own appearance and his lack of housework skills really put a toll on him, and he ended up quitting his job. He could no longer live by himself, so he tried to move in with his mom. However, she ended up rejecting him. She said that she didn't want to live with someone that didn't have any money, and she also said that his face was too traumatizing to see every day. I have no idea what happened to him after that, but I'm just really glad that I'm no longer married to him.
Hey, it was fun hanging out with you tonight. We should get together more often. I know! It's been ages since we've caught up like that. I know. I don't think we've talked properly in a good few months. I know, right? Time really does fly. Have you met Mandy recently? She seems pretty busy since she got engaged, doesn't she? I know. I haven't seen her in months either. It would be nice if the three of us could catch up sometime soon, don't you think? We were inseparable in high school. We really were, weren't we? I'll message her and ask her if she wants to get dinner with us sometime soon. Oh, actually, why don't we just make a group chat with her? Wouldn't that be easier? Oh, good idea! Hey, Mandy! Me and Helen were just saying the three of us should catch up soon. If you're up for it, how about getting dinner with us? Oh, hi guys! It's been forever. That would be great. Yay! But my calendar is pretty full this month. My darling husband won't give me a date on myself. I'm sure he can live without you for one evening. I'm not sure about that. He adores me. He insists on filling our weekends with shopping sprees and dinner at the fanciest restaurants. Oh yeah? Where is he taking you next? Don't worry, you wouldn't know the restaurant even if I told you the name. It's pretty exclusive. Okay then. Really happy for you, Mandy. But when do you think you can make time for us peasants? I never called you peasants. How about the first Saturday next month? That works for me. Me too. Great. See you girls then. Hey, are we still on for dinner tonight? Yes, I'm down. It's been ages. How have you girls been? Oh, you know, the usual. Work's been keeping me busy. Apart from that, I've been fine. How about you, Helen? How's it going at the hospital? We've been so busy recently, but it's finally calming down, luckily. That's good to hear. I was starting to get worried when you turned down our invitations for like 2 whole months. Yeah, it's times like those I really regret becoming a nurse. But your work is really important, so don't say that. We, the American people, really appreciate you. Isn't that right, Mandy? I guess it's just you who appreciates us. No, it's everyone but Mandy. She's probably busy talking to that fiancé of hers. Oh yeah, that's gotta be it. She definitely appreciates you. She's just too busy to show it. Well, I guess that's fair enough. How's your love life going, by the way? Weren't you seeing someone a little bit ago? Oh yeah, I broke up with him. Why? What happened?
We just weren't hitting it off. He paid for the first few days, but after a while, he started expecting us to split the bill. Can you believe it?
What's wrong with that?
Are you serious? A real man pays for his woman. You need to have higher standards, Helen.
Life's not just about money, Julie. Not every man can afford to do that.
Every man worth my time certainly can. That's for sure.
Wow. We aren't living in the 1800s anymore, you know? We should be pulling our own weight as women.
We are! We bring a lot to the table besides money. If a guy wants me to take him seriously, the least he should do is pay for my dates. I'm sure Mandy agrees with me too.
We'll find out if we ever hear from her again.
Yeah, if she can bear to be away from that fiancé for 5 minutes, that is.
I'm here, guys. Don't worry. We aren't joined at the hip. Yet.
Yet? I'm gonna be sick.
All jokes aside, we're really happy for you. I looked on Instagram and you seem to be really happy. All of those pictures of you and your future husband, it looks like you've been married for years already. You look so happy in every picture. You must really love him. I'm so happy for you. You seem to be made for each other.
You could say that things are going according to plan.
What do you mean by to plan?
Finding a guy like him is what I mean. I mean, he's a brain surgeon, you know? He makes a lot of money, so life is going to be so easy for me. When you're choosing a future husband, it's always important to consider his earning power. As you get older, the gap between the haves and the have-nots only gets wider. You want to gamble on a horse that's going to run a long and hard race. What are you guys up to before dinner tonight? I'm going to go shopping for luxury goods and then go to a health spa. I'm going to have a wonderful time. It's so nice for a woman to marry into a good family. It really feels like I've gone up a level in this life.
Wow, I'm so jealous of you. It must be so nice. If only I could bag a nice husband like you have. But I guess we can't all end up with brain surgeons.
Well, if you want to find a nice husband, you need to give men what they really want. And what do men want? They want beautiful women, of course. You have to really take care of yourself if you want someone like him. I've done well for myself, haven't I? I should be all the proof you need.
You make it sound easy. I can't even imagine it myself. Not working, spending his money every day. You're a lucky girl.
I guess you could say that, but it is what I deserve. I am a pretty girl after all. It's my destiny. The most important thing is that you avoid marrying a loser. You'll be really unhappy if that happens. Isn't that correct?
What do you mean? Who's a loser?
You know what I mean. Don't pretend you don't understand.
Sorry, what are you guys talking about? I was just a bit busy, so I wasn't paying attention. I'm not reading all those texts now. My mother contacted me about some things, so I was busy dealing with her. She's been a bit stressed recently with selling her house, and I'm a bit worried about her. Sorry for not paying attention to the convo.
That's fine. I was just talking about how you have to be careful not to marry some loser.
Oh, that again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You know, I always say what I am thinking. I know you're used to it by now. Please forgive me if I caused any offense. It wasn't my intention. Why don't we get back to a more important subject? Anyway, I'll pay for the dinner tonight. I can afford it. What with my soon-to-be husband being a brain surgeon and all. I won't spend too much, though. We can go to a cheap place. If I spend too much money, you'll get mad at me, right?
Why would we get mad at you?
I just mean, I don't want you guys feeling uncomfortable or like you owe me something.
You keep talking as if we are all struggling for money. We aren't. We're doing just fine, so don't you worry about us. I don't mind where we eat. You can decide, but don't feel like you need to choose a cheap place for our sake.
I don't mind what we eat. I'll eat anything.
Great. Then just leave the booking to me.
What the hell was up with Mandy last night? Don't you think this relationship has gotten to her head a little bit?
Tell me about it. Was she always like that?
I don't think so. She's really not being nice, is she? What happened to her? She's getting older, but she doesn't seem any different to when she was in high school. Most people we grew up with have changed a lot over the years. We can't really say the same about her. Isn't she like super passive-aggressive? Trying to imply she's better than us at every chance? You are really calm with her. I'm impressed by your patience. I was ready to flip out every time she opened her mouth.
I don't think she'll ever grow up, so let's not waste time hoping for it to happen. She's always been like that, and she seems to be getting worse with age. Never mind maturing. Maybe she feels unhappy about something and she's taking it out on other people. I find with people like that, they're just always projecting their insecurities onto others. Just try not to let it bother you. We can just hang out with her less in the future.
As long as you're not too bothered, then I'm okay with it. If you can turn the other cheek, then it's always the best option. If you let people upset you, then you'll struggle to get through this life.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean we have to be above gossiping about her.
Oh, is that something you want to share with me? This sounds juicy.
Don't tell her I told you. But you know how her fiancé is supposedly working as a brain surgeon?
Yeah.
A lot of surgeons move around between hospitals in our area, so I asked about him at my hospital. So this isn't really a secret. So she can't get mad at me for telling people.
Yeah, you're not a bad person. Just spit it out.
Her future husband isn't actually a doctor yet. He's still doing his training. And he's only in his second year of medical school. In other words, even if he were to become a brain surgeon, it would be like in 5 or 7 years from now.
OMG, really? She's acting like he's already a millionaire.
I guess he comes from a rich family, so she's just been spending his family's money. A lot of people drop out of medical school once they realize how much work it is. I wonder how she'd react if he was one of those people.
She'd probably go insane.
She really wants him to become a specialist too, because that way he'll earn more money. But that's not an easy thing to do. She might be setting herself up for disappointment. I can only imagine how she'll feel if he doesn't meet her expectations. Since she's already telling people he's a surgeon.
I know what you mean. She's really hoping for a lot from him. They've been dating since the second year of university. Didn't she say he transferred to study medicine as soon as they met? Which is why he's a surgeon already?
Yeah, but that's apparently pretty far from the truth. He graduated once and then went back to school for medicine. This is all hearsay, of course, but I heard it was just from pressure from his parents, since he originally wanted to be a musician but failed.
She's been waiting all this time for him to finally get that great job she always wanted. What if it all ends and he doesn't cut it? Maybe the wedding will be canceled? Or do you think she'd stick with him?
Who knows? If she did, she must really love that guy. Or does she just really love doctors?
Only time will tell. I wouldn't blame her for leaving her if he drops out of medical school or fails.
Really? Wouldn't that be pretty cold-hearted?
I think it's a good idea, actually. You should look for a husband who's going to provide for you in the future, especially if you don't plan on working yourself.
We still shouldn't judge people so harshly. You never know what he could become in the future. I think the problem with Mandy is she's convinced herself he's already a rich surgeon. She talks about him as if he's the head of the hospital. What if he never gets what he wants? She's going to be heartbroken.
It would be a real waste of time to get this far and then not cross the finish line. That's for sure.
Hey guys, I'll be busy for a week or so I can't hang out.
Okay. We didn't even make any plans.
I'm just letting you know in case you were thinking of getting in touch with me. It's my birthday, so my man has said he's going to take me to Spain for a week. Isn't he so amazing?
Do you have to boast all the time? You know that the two of us are still single. You don't have to rub it in.
Sorry, I just wanted to share the great news about my husband.
Fiancé, right? Anyway, instead of boasting, maybe you could help me find a nice man for myself. Does your boyfriend have any nice guys around him? Any doctors in need of a wife?
He does have some friends, but people tend to marry someone on their own level. I don't know if you'd be suitable for them. No offense. Actually, come to think of it, Helen, are you free these days? Do you have time to meet a guy I know? You might actually be his type.
I don't know if I have time, to be honest. I've got a lot on my plate these days, and I don't know if I can take time out to meet a random guy that I don't know. I've been on blind dates before, and it never really worked out.
Yeah, I think we remember the stories.
You remember Jerry?
Oh, yeah. You left him halfway through the date, right?
Yeah. Can you blame me?
He started talking about the Earth being flat. I still think you should have given him a chance.
Very funny.
Oh, and didn't you meet a catfish once when you tried using an app?
Oh, yeah. How could I forget? He was twice the age he listed.
Yeah, I can't believe there are people who post pictures from 20 years ago. Ha!
I know. It was super creepy. I'm pretty sure everyone in the restaurant thought he was my dad or something.
Oh, and then there was that really pushy guy too, right?
Yeah, that's one I'd rather forget about. All he talked about in the restaurant was going back to his place. When I told him I wanted to go home and have an early night, he basically went silent for the rest of the meal. It was super awkward.
Come on! I know this guy. He's a really good guy. You can take my word for it. He's nothing like any of those guys. He's got a great personality, and he really knows how to treat a woman. You'd be stupid not to at least meet him once.
I agree. You should at least meet him once. You never know what will happen. He could be the one.
I have been looking around for a while to find a guy that would suit you. I really think I found the right guy. Don't make my hard work go to waste by not even meeting him. You should at least give it a try. He's the same age as you, and he likes the same things as you do. Where else are you going to meet a guy? You don't want to leave it too long. All the good guys will be taken.
I don't know.
Come on, just meet him. I have to let him know soon. So, what's it gonna be? Are you going to meet him or not?
If you insist, then I guess I have no choice but to say yes. Maybe you're right. I should get out there and meet more people. I've been single for a while, and so it's time to change that. If I don't like him, I can always reject him for a second date. I also presume he'll be paying for the first date. Aren't guys supposed to do that according to you two? Even if he's a weirdo, a free meal's a free meal.
That's more like it. You only live once. Why not take a little chance and see what happens? You never know. This guy could be that special person you spend the rest of your life with. Just remember to invite me to the wedding when it happens. I'll give him your contact details and let him get in contact with you. You're a pretty girl, so I'm sure he'll be really into you. But I do have one suggestion. Before I give him your details, you should really change your profile picture. You need to make it a little bit more beautiful. There's no harm in using a bit of Photoshop either. All the girls are using Photoshop these days. Make sure that you cover up those wrinkles too.
Cover up wrinkles? She doesn't need to cover up her wrinkles. She's still in her 20s. No one is going to notice those tiny wrinkles that she has. You don't have to worry about that kind of thing until you're at least 35.
Time waits for no one. It's never too young to care about looking young. The sooner you start, the sooner you can take preventative measures. Why not start using an anti-wrinkle cream in your 20s? You'll be happy you did when you get to 40. Take me, for example. I'm in my late 20s, but everyone tells me I look like I'm in my early 20s. Don't you wish you were as young looking as me?
You really are in love with yourself, aren't you? Hello, I'm trying to get in touch with someone called Helen. Is that you?
Yes, who's this?
I was given your contact details by a mutual friend, and she told me it was okay to contact you. I really hope I'm not disturbing you by doing so. If it annoys you, then feel free to ignore me. I won't be offended.
Oh, hi! Don't worry, I was expecting you. I was told about you. Sorry, I didn't realize. It's been a few days since I talked to Mandy about this. I said it was okay for you to contact me, so no need to worry.
Sorry I didn't get in contact with you sooner. I didn't have any time, so I left it a little late. When are we going to meet? I hope it can be soon. I really want to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Thanks, I'd like to meet you too. Do you want to have dinner soon?
Actually, I was hoping we could just go out for coffee first. I would take you out to a nice restaurant, but I can't really afford to right now. We can just go for some coffee and get to know each other. I think that might be nice. What do you think? You can say no if you're not interested. I won't mind.
Oh, if that's what you want, then that sounds good. I don't really mind where we go. Just let me know when you're free and I'll come along. Coffee sounds good. It seems like a nice way to get to know each other. Besides, I'm bored of boring dinner dates. It's all a bit too formal for me. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to a job interview.
What about tonight at 9 p.m.? There's a fast food joint near my house. We can go there. They sell coffee and it's actually quite good. I've been there a few times and I was really happy with it. It might be a cheap place, but the coffee is actually high quality. People often go to expensive chains to get a nice coffee, but that doesn't have to be the case. You can get the Subway over here. It's really easy to find, right next to the station.
Fast food? Well, if that's what you really want. I can come tonight. I have time. I do need to get ready, though. I'm not ready for a date right now. You caught me a little bit by surprise, so I might be a bit late. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'm down with that. Just tell me when is the good time for you and I'll be there.
I'll let you know when I set off.
Sounds good.
I just left home. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Sorry I'm so late.
Don't be. It's fine. I was the one who suggested such an awkward time.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about that.
I've got us a booth by the window. You'll see me when you get close. I'm the guy with long brown hair.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'll let you know when I'm there.
What coffee do you like? I can order it for you now. Americano? Latte? What are you into?
I'll have a latte, please. That's my usual order.
A latte girl, huh? I had a feeling you might be.
Based on what? We haven't even met yet.
Yeah, that was a lie. I just thought it would sound cool.
I thought you were going to claim to be a psychic or something.
No, don't worry. I'm normal, I swear. Although this first date might not scream normal. I hope you don't feel too strange about this. I know it's late for a first date and also at a fast food restaurant. It must be a little strange, but I'm sure we can have a nice time. Sorry I'm so short on cash right now.
Don't worry about it. Stop apologizing. It can be a new and exciting experience for me. I'll be honest, I've never done anything like this before, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
I was wondering, what do you do for work?
I'm a nurse.
Oh, that's amazing! It's such an important job.
Thanks. It's pretty tiring, though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
How about you? What do you do?
I'm a singer-songwriter.
Wow, that's really cool. What type of music do you make? I'd love to hear it sometime.
Oh, really? What kind of music do you like?
I listen to anything, really. From classical to rock to hip-hop. Music has really gotten me through the hardest times of my life. It's a really important thing. What are the chances that I'd meet someone who makes music? I'm really impressed, honestly. I'd really love to hear your stuff.
Maybe you can listen to my songs one day, but I still need some time to work on them, to be honest. They aren't that good yet, to be frank. Maybe you wouldn't even want to listen to them. In the future, I hope to write some really great songs that can move people like the songs that moved you did.
I'm sure you can do it. It must be hard making a living as a musician, though, right?
I'm not too bothered about money. I just want to make songs I'm happy with and songs that make people excited. I just want to earn enough money to survive and buy the basic things. I'm not bothered about becoming rich or famous. That's not what I'm in it for. My dream is to make music that lifts people up when they are down. I think you should just follow your dreams in life. You only live once. You don't want to wake up one day and realize your life has just passed you by. You need to do what you really dream of and what you really want. You know what they say, right? You only live once. I don't want to chase money. I want to make inspiring music that people can resonate with.
That sounds really great. I'm really excited to meet you now. You sound really sincere.
Thanks. That means a lot.
I'm here now. I think I see you. So, how did it go?
Tell me everything!
It went pretty well, actually.
Really? You can be honest with me. Wasn't it weird for him to invite you out so late? It's a good thing you messaged me before you met him, to be on the safe side. Seriously, what kind of person goes on a date that late in the evening? You have to be really careful as a woman these days.
It's not safe. Weren't you worried it was a little bit dangerous? Messaging you beforehand was enough of a precaution. And we met at a busy restaurant, so it was all fine. How long did the date go on for? All night, maybe? No, it didn't go on all night. And it went fine. No need to worry about me. You can't let your life be controlled by fear. At some point, you just have to get out there into the world, even if it is a little bit dangerous. How long did it go on for? Just a couple of hours. I was home by about 1 a.m. Was he good looking? Did you feel a connection? Where did you go? One question at a time, please. We went to a burger place. How did you find a restaurant open that late? It was a 24-hour place. You mean a fast food restaurant? He took you to a fast food place. What kind of person goes to a fast food place on a first date? Obviously, he didn't want to spend too much. Leave it to Mandy to set you up with such a cheapskate, huh? That's a real red flag for me. If I were you, I'd forget about him and move on. We didn't actually eat any hamburgers. We just had coffee. So what does it matter if it was a fast food place? Coffee that late at night? That sounds a bit strange if you ask me. I think the guy is struggling financially, so we had to go to a place like that. I certainly don't think he's rich, but you don't have to be so mean. He also told me he didn't contact me for a few days because he didn't have enough money on his phone contract. Wow, he must be really poor. What kind of a guy can't even afford a phone call? Please tell me you aren't going to take this any further. Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. He was a nice guy. I've not decided yet. There's no harm in seeing him again. I did have fun. You really need to raise your standards. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Mandy? Do what? What are you talking about? Why did you introduce Helen to such a loser? Oh, did she meet him? What was wrong with him? He was a nice guy, wasn't he? Isn't that what Helen cares about? Personality? Yes, he was a nice guy. So what's the problem? I told you I was going to introduce a nice guy, and I did. Isn't that the kind of guy a girl like her wants to meet? Yeah, but this guy was really poor. He took us to a fast food restaurant on the first date, and they only had coffee together. What kind of a guy does that? Isn't this the right level for Helen? Isn't this just the kind of guy she wants and deserves? People should stick to people on their level. No use trying to get the fruit on the highest branch. I think this is the kind of guy you should settle for. How can you say that? If you're going to introduce her to someone, at least find someone who can afford dinner. It's okay. He was a nice guy. There was no harm in going to meet him. Thanks for introducing him to me, Mandy. I knew you'd be okay with him. I think he suits you. But couldn't you find a nice guy with a good job? It's fine. The coffee was really nice. What? The coffee? Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good coffee. You never know what life is going to throw at you, and maybe this is going to turn out to be a good thing. That's right. Give the guy a chance. You have to find a guy that's suitable for you. That's right. You shouldn't just judge people on their bank accounts. If that's what you think. Are you seriously thinking about dating that guy? What are you thinking? Can you just drop it already? I just said I wasn't going to write him off based on his financial troubles. You already made your opinion clear yesterday. Why are you always so nosy? I'm old enough to handle myself. I know what I'm doing. Besides, you need to find yourself a man too. Maybe you should focus on that. I'm just looking out for you, that's all. I don't want you to end up with a loser. Don't call him a loser. You don't know him. I've heard his songs. He's actually quite talented. Do you think that guy can make it big? I know he's a singer-songwriter, but I think the chances of success are really low. A lot of guys waste their lives thinking one day they're going to make it big. In the end, they end up with nothing, and it would have been better to just get a regular job like everyone else. You don't want to end up with an overgrown teenager, do you? You want a real man. I think he might do. I think he might make it one day. Really? So you're actually going to date him?
What makes you put so much confidence in him?
When I met him that night, he seemed to be a guy who was going places in life. That was the impression I got from him. He had clear goals and a dream. I think he can make it one day. I really do. I know he'll end up on his feet one way or another. He'll find a way to make music work out for him. I've never had such clear goals in my life. It was really amazing to meet someone who knew so badly what they wanted. He may be a bit poor now, but I admire him for it. He doesn't care what others think of him. He's going to do what he wants to do. I think it's something to really admire. Taking risks as big as that for your dreams?
I didn't realize you were attracted to this sort of guy. I thought you were more into white-collar office types. The kind of guy with a decent job and a nice car. I never thought you'd be into the artsy type.
You should date outside of your comfort zone. You never know who you'd click with. Maybe you'd like this kind of guy too. Life is funny. You never know what's going to happen. You think you have a plan, but then something happens out of the blue and your plan changes. I didn't even realize I was like this until a few days ago. If I meet someone like him, I'll introduce him to you. Maybe you'll change your mind. When you actually sit down with someone like that, you'll see what I mean. His passion is contagious.
Well, if you insist. If that's what you really want, then who am I to try and convince you otherwise? I just don't want you to get hurt and feel let down. Sometimes you love a guy when you first meet him and then it fades. It can be really easy to fall in love with those guys who are interesting and stand out from the crowd. But after a while, the novelty fades and then what are you left with? I knew one girl who ended up buying food for her man because he was so broke. You don't want that, do you?
Thanks for worrying about me, but I'll be fine. I'm a big girl and I can handle this myself.
If you say so. Good morning.
Morning! You're up earlier than usual.
Yeah, I was really inspired to write a song, so I actually got up at like 6 a.m. The inspiration for it came to me in a dream last night. I got up this morning and started humming a tune and trying to develop it. That's always how the best ideas come. Suddenly, when you're least expecting it. I don't believe in trying to force your way in life. You just have to take it easier and see what comes to you.
That's so true. But I guess it makes it hard to release work regularly.
That's for sure. But I'm not a businessman. I'm an artist.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to hear it?
I'd love to.
Okay, I'll send it over to you.
Wow, I loved it! That was amazing! It might be your best song yet. I love the style and the tempo. Really amazing. Do you think it could be a hit?
I don't know. Do you think it's good enough?
I love it. I think it could do really well.
Thanks for your support. You're always there to back me up. It really means the world to me.
Of course. I'll always be here for you.
OMG, you are not going to believe this.
What? What happened?
I was talking with some of our old friends from school and they had some shocking news. They made me promise to keep it a secret, but I think I can tell you at least.
What is it? What's got you so excited?
It's about Mandy. I heard she's getting divorced. Well, actually, it's a lot worse than that. Her fiancé was arrested for stealing drugs from the hospital he was doing a residency at.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, can you believe it? Of all people, who would have imagined it would happen to her? She was so confident about her marriage. I can't believe it myself. I really didn't see this coming.
That's crazy. Why would he do that?
Apparently, he didn't really want to be a doctor anymore. It was too hard, so his parents were going to cut him off. So he decided to sell as many prescription drugs as he could get his hands on before dropping out.
That's crazy. I never would have seen this coming. Why did he need money so bad?
Well, according to those friends, it was to fuel his relationship with Mandy. He had to keep buying her stuff, I guess.
Well, that is pretty crazy. I've heard of this kind of thing before. People's dreams come true, but then it turns out to not be as good as they wanted. But I never heard of it on this level. Stealing from a hospital is insane. She must be losing her mind. Did he even talk to her about not wanting to be a doctor anymore? Yeah, apparently he did. And he vented to some of those friends, which is how they knew. He said it was really depressing being in a hospital all day dealing with sick people. He said he never wanted to do it in the first place, but his family wanted him to be a doctor since he came from a long line of doctors. He said that he has finally found the courage to stand up for himself and do what he wants to do. And what was that going to be exactly? Apparently, they went on holiday and he decided that he wants to be a travel writer. A travel writer? That really is a pretty big change. Yeah, I guess he told her he's really into the idea of writing about all the places he goes to. Needless to say, Mandy did not take this very well. I heard she trashed everything in their house and demanded a divorce. He started selling the drugs from the hospital so he could keep buying her expensive gifts even after his family cut him off. And I guess help her accept his newfound dream, too. Wow. But I guess she knew nothing about that? That's where you're wrong. What? She knew? She found out a while after he started, but he convinced her it wasn't a big deal and everyone does it. Wow. I knew she was gullible, but this is unbelievable. I know! And apparently, the hospital is prosecuting him. He might be facing jail time. That really is something. So this obviously means she's single again, right? Yep, of course. But to be honest, she would have probably left him even if he wasn't being prosecuted. I don't think she'd be willing to live on his salary as a travel writer, even if he wasn't going to jail. I know what you mean, but he could manage to get by. Maybe he would have been good at it. He is a clever guy. But on the other hand, how could that job compare to being a doctor? Doctor is a really high-paying and stable job. There's no way he could get that as a travel writer. What would you do if you had a husband and he did something like this? Would you accept it? I think I could accept it, to be honest. I'm not crazy about money. I think I'd leave him. How could you survive long-term with a guy who changes his mind like that? What if he suddenly changes his mind and doesn't want you anymore? I think it would be best to get rid of him and marry a more reliable guy. I wouldn't want to spend my life struggling to eat just because the man wanted to follow his dreams. You have to be more realistic in life. You can't have everything you want. Well, I hope you find the kind of guy you want. Maybe I'm just being too optimistic. Maybe I expect too much of men. Yeah, maybe. I'm happy as long as he doesn't steal from a hospital. That's a pretty low bar.
Listen to this. I've got some really great news.
Oh? What is it?
I wrote a song a while back and it got the attention of some people in the music industry. A record label from Europe wants to buy the rights to my song and use it for one of their artists. Can you believe it? I'm going to make a lot of money from this song and we won't be struggling for cash anymore. I think finally we can live the kind of life we want.
Are you being serious? That's so amazing! I was always hoping that one of your songs would do well, but I didn't realize it would do this well. Which song was it? The song you wrote for a girl group?
Yeah, it was that one.
When did this get agreed?
We've been in talks for a while now, but I didn't want to get you excited just in case it all fell through. I wanted to wait until it was confirmed, and now it is. It's great news, isn't it?
You've really proven that you've got talent. I'm so proud of you. Now the world is going to hear what I've heard all along.
Thank you for saying that. And thank you for always staying by my side. I think it's time for us to progress to the next level ourselves. I think it's time we got married.
Married?
I think I finally reached a level of financial stability that I can ask for your hand in marriage. I'm not just one man in a dream anymore. I can be a decent husband, too. I think it's time we got married. I know I can be a great husband to you.
Oh my gosh, you're such an amazing guy. I'd love to marry you.
It's all thanks to you. Thank you for standing by me, even when I had nothing.
Don't be ridiculous. I'll always be there for you. Where is the wedding going to be? I hope you found a nice place. It's been months since he proposed. We're not rushing this. You only get married once. Hopefully.
Yeah, you only get married once, and it needs to be a perfect location suitable for a princess like you.
You're too kind. Anyway, we decided on the location. It's going to be at the Grand Hotel. I've heard so much about that place, and I've even seen it in TV shows. You only get married once, right? Might as well pull out all the stops.
Isn't it gonna be really expensive?
Yeah, I don't want to brag, but we aren't exactly struggling for money anymore.
You've really got a great man there. I'm so jealous. You always told me you were going to introduce me to a similar type of guy, but you still haven't. Where's my musician?
Sorry. I'm sure you'll find someone in the future. You don't need me.
Getting married in such a nice place. It's really amazing for you. You really deserve it. What about Mandy? Have you told her about it? She might be a little upset.
Yeah, I've told her. We've known her since we were in school. I can't exactly not invite her. It might bring up some tender issues about her and her love life, but what can I do? I should at least invite her.
Yeah, I think you should. You've always seen the best in people. Maybe she's learned from this.
I doubt it, but maybe.
I tried to get in contact with Mandy, but she isn't answering me. So I thought I'd just ask in the group chat. I wonder what the problem is.
Stop complaining. I'm here. Finally, we can get in contact with you. I was starting to get worried.
I am so happy for you guys. Your husband must be making a lot of money. It's amazing that you can get married in such an expensive location.
You should see the wedding ring, too. It's amazing. I've never seen such beautiful diamonds.
It's nice, isn't it? Do you think it's a bit too big? The diamonds are so big I worry it might weigh my hand down. It might also be inconvenient if I have to wear it to places. Not to mention how dangerous it might be to carry around.
No, you deserve it. It looks fine. If you're worried about it, you can just leave it at home and only wear it to important occasions. I still can't get over how beautiful it is. I never thought I would see such an expensive wedding ring.
Did you get a certificate to prove it's genuine? A lot of diamonds are fake these days. It would be really terrible if that happened to you. I'm not trying to accuse your husband of trying to lie to you, but you can never be too sure.
Yeah, you must know a thing or two about men lying, right, Mandy?
Julie, don't be rude. Don't you worry about me. I'm fine. I know you want the best for me, but you can be assured the diamonds are real.
I suppose it's your reward for choosing such a talented and honest guy. Must be nice. I know you can make a lot of money in the music industry, so I guess you'd have no reason to buy a fake diamond.
That's right. I'm a lucky girl. Mandy, I wanted to ask about your husband. Are the rumors true? About him being arrested for stealing medicine?
Oh, cut the crap. Don't pretend you don't already know.
I just wanted to say I was sorry to hear that, that's all. No need to bite my head off. I know you have the dream of shopping for expensive things using your husband's salary. I'm sure you'll find someone else. But you should really try and judge people on their character instead of their salary. I was never into those luxury things, but my husband seems to want to buy them for me. How can I say no?
Thanks, but I don't need your pity.
I hope things aren't going to be too difficult for you. Anyway, at the wedding, you'll get to eat some really high-quality foods. I hope you enjoy.
It seems like you've made it big and become a rich girl. Congratulations to you.
They do say that you never know what tomorrow will bring. I guess I got lucky and found a great guy. I'm sure you'll find a guy on your level one day.
On my level? Are you trying to annoy me here? You know what happened.
People end up with someone on their level. Don't you worry. Your dream guy is coming to you.
Are you trying to make me mad?
Don't get mad at me. Maybe you should take a look at yourself. If you didn't just go chasing after money, then maybe you wouldn't have got so disappointed. I know that you only wanted your husband because he was heading for a high-flying career. Now that he isn't, you've got all mad with everyone. If you showed him genuine support, maybe he wouldn't have resorted to stealing to keep you happy. You only have yourself to blame for any unhappiness you have. You should never have thrown yourself at someone just because of their potential future earnings. That's really not a good way to find a life partner. Maybe you got the kind of life you deserved. I hope you'll learn from this, and maybe try and find someone you truly care about and can support in good times and bad. Me and Tommy had the wedding of our dreams soon after that. It was amazing, and everything I could have ever asked for. We went on a really long honeymoon after that, too, traveling all around Europe for a whole month. It was the best month of my life. But while I was over there, I heard some shocking news from Julie. You can guess who it was about. While Mandy's husband was being prosecuted, he actually revealed something quite shocking. Mandy was in on it the whole time. She knew her husband was stealing medicine. Not only that, but she encouraged him and helped him store and sell it. So she ended up being prosecuted herself. She could be facing jail time, and all because she role-played as a rich couple. Julie also told me the only reason she even introduced me to Tommy in the first place was to make fun of me. She thought he was just a loser wannabe musician. But the joke's on her. He's just gone from success to success, selling song after song, while she and her brain surgeon husband are gonna be behind bars soon enough. It just goes to show, you should never judge people without actually getting to know them. Thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed the video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe.